Okay. Alright. Attempt number 1000. I'm trying to get this map done. Yeah. Alright, starting off on a great note. Boom. Oh my goodness. I swear this never happens. That's a lie. It always happens. Start up too soon. Why? It's okay. It's all about warming up. All about getting the juices flowing again. Mm-hmm. No. So like I said in the last stream, when I got to this point, so when I was first trying to get through the map, I attempted that jump from the wreath to the bouncer, and I just couldn't get it after like 3 or 4 tries. But thankfully, got sort of like a built-in checkpoint with that platform down there. So then I started just running across the lights and taking that platform or like that beam, the Neo jumping around there. But I really, really enjoy how there's like, oh, how there's options this time around to. My goodness, now I can't even jump. To actually make jumps as opposed to in previous ones where it was only one way. But that's also the part about this map that makes it so much more pain. It's because sometimes you have the illusion, or it feels like the illusion of a path to go. Yeah. Oh no. Oh my goodness. That jumps the death of me. Every time. That's the one that gives me the most issue because jumping, turning, or sprinting forward, turning, and then jumping like simultaneously on controller when you're not playing claw is probably one of the biggest pain in the butts ever. If you don't have a controller with paddles on the back like a pro controller or one of the scuffs. Right. Little train station. Oh no. If there's a way I could just chop down those tree branches, that'd be awesome. Things like I had to know this had to have been tested multiple times, like if not hundreds of times. Each jump probably being tested 15, 20 times before it was fully put in and decided upon. So yeah, those branches, they're a designed obstacle. Because that jump would be too easy without them. What would a jump be if it didn't have the high probability of making it all the way back down to the beginning? My bad, I'm on the I'm on the bridge. See, so the last time I played, I was able to get, oh, let's see if I can, that bridge up there. Eh. That might not even be marking the actual bridge, but I know you can barely see it because it doesn't actually have a bottom to it. It only has a few railroad ties that I should have bee hopped over, but instead of bee hopping, I tried to be slick with it and tried jumping up onto the rails like an idiot. Ooh, let me in. Oh no. Oh, some lag I wasn't expecting. What happens? How can it be so late at night and have so much background noise right now? Hello, Grayson. Oh, I just got lagged off of there. Yo, Barrio, what's up, man? Oh my goodness. That's the downfall of bad internet. See, I would just record it and then screenshot it and send it if I had enough memory on my PlayStation to do that. But I don't. I know if my dog doesn't stop walking around, I might pull an alinity on him. That's nonsense. He weighs too much to kick across the room. Son of a good. Honey, is the plan for once the dishes are done, Isaac's gonna put them away tonight as well? Okay, then Isaac, put the cat away. Go to sleep. Okay, leave the cat out. You go to bed. Oh my goodness. Only thing worse than jumps that are at the very edge of the player's ability is jumps that are well within that range. Because overshooting a jump is more heartbreaking than undershooting one. Tell me, are you guys able to see when I get like lag pushed like that? 'I know this is riveting content. If unfamiliar with this type of map, restarting is 90% of the video. 5% is having mental breakdowns because you can't make a simple jump. And the other 5% is actually completing the map. What? It should have been an easy walk off. I'm distracted by this cat in here. Pushed so hard down on my left thumbstick to turn there that I just tried editing a building that. Oh crap. Oh crap. Reload's not gonna. I really hope it's not going to take me a full hour to get back to where I was. On the bright side, if anyone is streaming this map, you can really join the stream at any time and catch them starting the map. Or just wait 5 minutes. You'll catch them restarting it eventually. Real. As true as it is, that's what makes getting to the next section and getting to the next like false checkpoint or pseudo checkpoint, whatever you want to call it, makes it that much rewarding, much more rewarding. Like when I finally make it to over there, that is a huge hurdle, just in general for this map. Come on! Because once I'm over there, I can climb on lights. I can reset to that point for more impulses. I can do all that fun stuff. Most of all, I can avoid jumping on those peasants. I'm coming through this library.
Well, opened up our Christmas box. We have like
Clearly the
strands of light.
clearly this lounge here is for Mr. and Mrs. Claus. And the elves get to join in on it on the 25th. Ooh. Crud. What do you mean? So on the 20... So you can tell me from Christmas Eve, the transition, when Santa's taking all the presents out, the elves don't even get, like, that day off? They don't get the 25th? They need to unionize. Can they be underpaid if they're not paid at all? I mean, they get room and boarding. They're 25 hours, 8 days a week. Elves are like the ultimate indentured servant. Santa probably made a deal with them one time, and they're like, he's like, when my job stops, then your job stops. And they're like, okay, sweet. And he's like, haha, psych, I'm always working. Even though it's a little late, and by the time somebody gets a map and storyline done, I think it'd be interesting to see somebody make an escape the North Pole map on the storyline of you're an elf who's tired of working 365 days a year for no pay. So you have to escape Santa's workshop, take as many elves with you as you can, and then to complete the map you just gotta escape. But to get like the secret room, you would need to find all 10 of the other elves that agreed to leave with you. I mean, I don't see anything against, you know, I don't see what Epic would have against it. They literally just brought in Walking Dead characters to the game, and they have a whole timeline about escaping the loop. Because we're essentially slaves to time in this season, as it's being shown. And then Grayson, your one Dr Pepper, warm or cold? Dr Pepper was originally designed to be served warm, so there's plenty of people who prefer drinking it as like warm or hot. In fact, a lot of people who normally drink Dr Pepper cold, when they try it warm for the first time, they end up finding out they actually really enjoy it that way. I'm telling you, man. So you're saying the entire state of Texas, where Dr Pepper comes from, is wrong in telling you that a nice warm Dublin Dr Pepper is the improper way to drink it. I mean, I personally don't drink it warm. Actually, no Dr. I can. There's 23 flavors. Don't know what those are though. Ooh, ouch! He's firing shots at the entire state of Texas, saying they're wrong and dumb. I will say another. It's not really a soda fact, but a way that people, a buddy of mine from Louisiana, put me on to drinking Cokes was you get the bottle of Coke, you drink it down to the label because those are the best sips anyways, and then you put either peanuts or cashews. I prefer cashews because they're sweeter in the soda itself, and you let it sit for like 15-20 minutes to get that flavor and extra saltiness in there. And when you drink it, you have a snack too. It's like an old like southern farmhand trick to be able to eat your lunch on the go. So, since peanuts are so prominent in the South. Come on, yes. Fake checkpoint. See these candy canes? Forget your candy canes. I miss that jump too often. So I understand the route was probably supposed to be impulse from there over to there, and then use the other impulse to get across the way. But I tried that once, and it didn't work because I'm terrible at impulse jumps. So instead, I just do this. Pacha! My goal is always to land on the lights, just because you can come up short. But that works too. And then earlier I did blast my way into there with these three. I noticed there's a thing up there, but I did not really attempt to try and like double it. I think it's just a hard barrier. Yeah. Oh well, I'm not really too concerned about missing out on that one. Unless it does happen to be like a secret get out of jail free you're at the end. But I doubt that. Then instead of using all three impulses, See, that's exactly what I would expect you to say, Barrier. There's nothing up there, but majority of the maps that I play, oh crap, majority of the maps that I play are escape the room and find the button maps. I need to go this way. Which, when those are 90% of the maps that you play, everywhere is something to see. Like, it could even just be like a hidden teddy bear being like, oh, you found the secret teddy bear. You know, if you want to, take a picture of the secret room. Come on, there you go. But the rules of this map is just to get out of it. And then for this next section, even though there are 3 impulses for 1 platform, 2 platform, and then 3 platform, I only use 2 because there is a single tile length jump later that, come on, I gotta go back and get it. My 3rd impulse. There's a single tile jump behind I guess you can say it's in the wall between those 2 wreaths, that just to be on the safe side, to not fall all the way back down to the beginning, I'd rather just use an impulse to do a single tile jump. If I don't have to risk it. Oh crap. Come on. Oh, okay. And I thought I was being like super smart with running on the lights before I got to this platform up here. And I saw the sign where it's like, run on the lights. And I was like, oh. And here I thought I was being like IQ 200. But of course, this is the 5th installment of getting out of it. Like, why would you not think of that ahead of time? Like, in retrospect, it's like, oh yeah, if there's gonna be any sort of like hidden trick or whatever, that would have been found in testing and would have been dealt with. Yeah. Also, I don't know if this is like a bug or a new feature since they added in the whole just put in the island code thing when you first go to jump in creative. I don't see a storm timer anymore. So does that mean we no longer have just 4 hours to get something done? Or is that just okay? Is that just a bug they're working out? I really hope that means we no longer are restricted to 4 hours to do a map, because so many times I got, oh no, oh no. Lag strikes again. I swear I normally make that jump. Okay, gonna use this 1 impulse. Hopefully use it wisely. Which, also like, great idea on expanding the wall tiles to make them larger than normal tiles, because it definitely throws off any sort of thought of like, oh yeah, I can. So when I first started going through this, I saw this bouncer over here. I was like, oh, it's only 3 tiles up, because I was over on that side. And when I started bouncing on it, I was like, this does not make sense. I should be able to bounce higher. I know you can't adjust these things. And it wasn't until I realized how dumb I was being that, oh yeah, you can just expand them to make it almost like an illusion. Yeah. The plan. Yeah, the plans once I get on that shockwave up, even though don't think I'll be able to hit that, I will be able to land on that string of lights and just run it all the way over, hopefully. If the game wants to cooperate. So, don't know if you know, Barrio, if there's a way to do this. I was thinking about it earlier. A way to make this even more demoralizing would be to add a zone that somehow can keep track of how many times you've entered it, and you'd set it to be just below, like, that height there, just below the library height. Because then every time you come in, you fall into it, you wouldn't be able to just trick it and say you fell into it a million times by hopping on that box and hopping off of it again. And have the counter either displayed somewhere in the HUD or somewhere on one of the walls. That way you can see how many times you failed all the way back down to the bottom. Because I was thinking about that earlier, and I was like, well, most death runs, if you click the scoreboard screen, what pops up is actually, how many times you died. But there isn't a how many times you fell into a mutator zone or what have you. Come on. Oh, you really think so, Corey? Look, I will, if you're willing to jump in, I will back out of this right now, go to lobby, bring you back in, and bring you in with me on this one. Only thing I request is that there's no shenanigans of blocking another player's path for a jump, and no errant shockwaves or impulses to send someone flying from where they're standing. Because unlike normal death runs where you die, you get to restart at a different level or at the same level. This one you get shockwaved away. Really kind of screws you over big time. Wow. Oh crap. Been holding on to this one impulse for so long. It's been 10,000 years since I last heard that name. Oh yeah, I can get more. It's just I'm stuck with one right now because you you originally get two from there, and then you get three more from that platform right there. It's just that when I was using one to get to this platform, I got there and I went to go jump, and it lagged me all the way down at the beginning again. So now I'm saving this impulse for when I get right here to jump up onto these lights, and I can run around to refresh the two impulses there, run back, and then use them to come back over here, hit that, jump over to the bouncer right there, and then get back on those highlights, and then get up there again. It's a process. It's like I'm an errand boy for my own pain. Like I'm not good enough at timing impulse jumps to be able to throw it down right there. If I were good enough, I would try to throw it down on the bounce pad to time it for when I hit the bounce pad, but that's like I don't know. I think I would consider that like scrim level play for people that use these kind of things in combination with each other. Oh no. I'm Spider-Man. Oh no. Oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. It's okay. I have two now. So now I just need to get back to right there and I can impulse twice. Eh. So I was saying earlier, you got these wood posts here and that beam you can run across instead of just jumping on the reef to get to the bouncer. Oh no, I thought I had. Oh no, I only had two. I thought I had three. I'm an idiot. Now I gotta go the painful route of getting over there. Okay. Come on, no lag, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Yes. Come on. There we go. Yep. Mr. Candy Cane, Miss Candy Cane, thank you very much. Ooh, thought I messed that up. Oh crap. You ever follow someone on Twitter because someone suggested it to you, but then afterwards you're like, why do I even follow this guy? That's how I am with the sports guy named Dan Brugler. Like, here's how I know someone's not really savvy. Either they have too much money or they're not savvy with it. Dan Brugler is a sports analyst that does a lot of mock draft boards. And you can purchase his mock draft, which apparently is like super accurate. If you want to know or have a good idea, dadgummit. If you want to have a good idea about who your team's gonna take and when they're gonna take them, well, you gotta pay for it. That's nothing against that. Like, by all means, make money if you can. I ain't gonna deny you that. It's a hustle. Oh my goodness. But at the same time, someone tells you, "Oh yeah, man, they always like super accurate," and then you go and check, and you're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You mean to tell me you had to pay like I think it's like $50 each year to get this guy's draft analysis?" No, no, thank you. I'm not a Las Vegas bookie. You gotta be kidding me. I'm not somebody who's placing placing bets on things like you know on anything really. But I'm not placing bets on sports for sure. It's like you tell me you're gonna bet on a human's ability to perform on any given day. Like, yeah, I get the idea of the thrill of it, but especially when you win, because of the heartache that you experience when you lose. But if you don't actively do something like that, where knowing where somebody's going to go for the draft, like, it doesn't make sense to me. But that's me. I grew up with no money, legitimately. So why would I understand spending money on something frivolous like your favorite football team's draft choices? I'd rather just be surprised and disappointed like they were in the past. It's like purchasing a full meal at Taco Bell instead of just purchasing off the dollar menu. Buy a full meal off the. You go to Taco Bell and say you'll take a number whatever. I just automatically assume you either have way more money than you know what to do with, or you weren't taught the value. So this is the one tile jump. So I think that's a barrier because when I mark, it goes right through it. But if I mark right there, I can see, or maybe it's not. 'Cause that's 3 meters. A full tile jump is 3.8, I think. 3.8, 3.9. Either way, let's do that instead. Be on the safe side. Yeah. Then you have to squat down. Now this jump here gives me a heart attack every time. We're landing on these guys, because if you don't land on them right, you just slide like that. Makes you think about the fall right off. Come on. Yes. this would be the worst time to have, or one of the worst times to experience lag. Come on, you can do it. No, you can't. Existence is pain. Wubba lubba dub dub. I'm a me Seeks, and I was summoned to complete this map. I can't do it unless the map's complete. Oh. Honestly, I don't understand how maps like these, and just like the plain just, you play it to have fun maps. I don't know why those aren't more popular amongst the creative community to make and play. I mean, I get it, like, people who just all they want to do is get better at shooting at other players. Like, yeah, they're going to be more for the 1v1s and the realistic, realistic solos like what's featured right now. But honestly, find the button, puzzle, parkour, those types of maps, I just feel those are the best maps because what creativity do you really need to recreate a level from a game that you played for hours already? Or like if I want realistic solos practice, I'll just jump into a solo match. Why would I need to jump into creative to do that? Solos is already a game mode. Find the button isn't already a game mode. Like even trivia maps, like those are not a game mode. So like trivia maps in my mind are better to feature than maps where all you do is fight each other. Anyone can hop into creative with a friend and be like, all right, let's shoot each other. Okay, I think I will. Like, or if you really want to make it, fun, set the loot to default, go into a battle lab and fight each other. No, come on. Like, I really hope that when cars do finally get added to creative, if they ever do, really hope the first maps I see getting featured aren't, you know, realistic, whatever, now with cars. It's like, ooh, you added car spawns. Cool. In reality, you could have just not done that and played a regular game. Like, I want to see some legit racing maps when cars finally get added, and like give people the option of which car they use, whether it be, I forget the name of the Lamborghini, but whether it be the little Corolla looking thing or the truck, and then make maps that have like off-roading sections to where using the truck would pay off, but also on the road course portion of it, obviously the Lamborghini would have the upper hand. Haha. Yeah. Okay. Alright, here we go. You can do it? Yes, just barely. I think it's designed to be just barely. Oh, almost forgot to jump there. No. Oh, no, no, no. That 2 would have been a painful drop. So that takes you... Yeah, that would take you, I think, all the way back down to the beginning. I don't think there's... Yeah, there's nothing saving you there that you could maneuver over to. It's okay. I've been here before. Act like it. It's kind of like when your team is on like a bad losing streak. You have won games before, but you know you just need to win, and then you get one over celebrating, and the coach is like, "Hey, act like you've won before." Like, it's exactly that same feeling when I get back to a portion I've already been to, that I've already gotten past. It's like I want to celebrate, but it's like no, you've been here before. Act like it. Sometimes it's just such a pain. Oh, nope. Oh, oh crap! I didn't mean to jump sideways onto that one. So I wonder if I go inside and I make the tile jump, that means I'll be able to save the impulse. Because I can make that jump. I've done it before. I could technically save the impulse for when I'm over there and just impulse myself right up on over that, or even save that after I B-hop over those, and then use it to jump over those, because those are going to be a huge pain. I can already tell. Like, it's a bunch of these things with weird hitboxes. The llama deer. And then, like, what the heck is that? Gotta jump on that? Probably an impulse right there to get me up over there. So I'm going to miss that like 10 times as I fall back down to this light string. Or, I say 10. Let's not kid ourselves. More like 30. And then because... Ooh, then because of the way that this little beacon here shows up through... I thought earlier, I was like, wow, he really just added a whole bunch of extra stuff on here to make you really think you had to go that far. But no, as you get up here, you realize deliver the final present is like, you son of a god. Well, let's take this time to acknowledge those who have beat getting out of it for. You know, let that sink in. If Epic won't feature, if Epic won't feature a storyline about elves trying to escape Santa's workshop because they're actually enslaved there, not so sure if they'd allow that sign for this map to be featured. On the bright side, it's only been an hour. Guys, we've made a lot of progress in an hour. I know it doesn't look like it, but hey, here we are. Oh. So earlier when I was playing this, I got a call from a telemarketer, and it totally threw me off, made me go back to the bottom because I wasn't paying attention. And I'm just amazed that we're still living in a day and age where telemarketers are a thing. Not just telemarketers, telescammers. Like, yo. And another thing too, oh come on, is that this telemarketing call was about getting the flu shot. Like, it starts off, it's a number that may or may not, it's from my area code. So, of course. And with how I work, it could be somebody that, I just don't have their number. And they're calling to be like, hey, can you do this? Or can you do that at work? So, of course, I answer. This is why I need a work phone. But, get into that later. But, and it starts off the same way every time. Flu? No way. And I'm like, I should be one of the last people on this kind of list. Because I get a free flu shot every year from the VA. I don't use the opportunity to go get the flu shot, but like, if I wanted to, I have a free one available to me. Oh, come on. Every year from the VA hospital. So why would I need a telemarketer telling me to go to like CVS or Rite Aid or whatever, pay money to get a flu shot? Like, come on. And like, I can understand email scammers still being a thing because, we do live in that kind of age. But phone scammers? Like phone telemarketers? Like, I got more respect for the person who comes and knock on my door so I can shut it in their face than I do for, the people calling me. Although I think the last door-to-door salesman I saw was a Jehovah's Witness. Actually, no, it was a group of college kids who were like, hey, do you have hardwood or carpet? Because we can clean those surfaces with this COVID-killing cleaner that we got. I was like, bet, y'all bought bleach? And they was like, no, it's specially formulated. I was like, what's it formulated with? And they're like, a special cleaner that can get rid of COVID. And I was like, but doesn't bleach get rid of COVID? And they're like, well, yeah, but this one's formulated for it. I'm like, dogs. What makes yours so special? And they're like, well, we use heat with this cleaner, and we steam clean all the surfaces. And we got a deal going where if you purchase the cleaning for, if you purchase the cleaning for a large room, we'll throw in a small room for free. And it's like, or, hear me out on this one. I can go to Walmart, rent a steam cleaner, buy the multi-purpose cleaner with disinfectant in it, and use that instead. But then you have to do it. Yeah, I'd rather do it because it's going to be half the price as what you guys are charging me. And like, I don't live in an extravagant house. Do I look like the kind of person that's going to be looking to hire? Come on. Looking to hire somebody to clean for me? I got 3 children for that. I don't have to pay them. What's this notification? Come Come on. Oh no. Way back here, huh? Hmm. See, I'm talking too much. Alright, here we go. Protect me, cone. I feel an honor of Halo coming to Fortnite, especially Blood Gulch. I should probably just, if I had the V-Bucks, I would have bought the Master Chief skin, and I'd only be talking in red versus blue quotes. Especially if you had the option to like, how did we not get the like Halo Reach option of being able to customize your body armor color with Master Chief? Like, hopefully they have some kind of further collab in the future where you can get the different helmets and body styles, because I mean we've seen the larger body styles already in Fortnite, so you can totally get the, oh my goodness, you can totally get the larger body styles of like Agent Main and stuff like that, and it wouldn't be too hard to put the mask on them. Just me personally, I would, oh my goodness. Me personally, I would have my character set to look like Sarge. Standard issue red. I'm sorry, that was a terrible Sarge voice. Private Griff, did you tell me you didn't load the extra ammo like you were supposed to? No, Sarge, I didn't. I said shotgun. I mean, half half the things I say while I'm at work are actually red versus blue quotes, anyways. I haven't watched that series, and let's see. Well, Netflix did have them. I don't know if they still do. So I guess you can say I've actually watched them fairly recently, like within the last couple years. But that was another one of those shows that it was great and hilarious for when it first came out because of how low budget it was. That was not part of the plan. But can I? Actually, I doubt I can make it up there with this impulse. I think I tried it earlier. Oh, even if I could, I just totally screwed the pooch on that one. But oh yeah, it started off just hilarious, and then as they got more and more animation capabilities and actually got like permission from Microsoft and Bungie to make a series about the game, it started leaning more towards action and not so much towards comedy, which is fine because it still was, pretty funny show to watch. And once they started adding that actual, you know fights to it, definitely had some moments where you're like, yo, that was awesome. But at the same time, you'd be like, the show was also, that episode was hilarious, and it had a lot of good fighting in it. Like when they all fight Tex in the warehouse. That's probably one of the, like, the pinnacle of, like, the perfect blend of action and comedy throughout the entirety of that show. Because there's other moments where they had, like, a lot of action, but not a ton of comedy. And then there's others that were just pure comedy, like how it was when they first started. No, why don't you jump? My jump button works. Dum 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 dum. going back. It's a good thing I have a high tolerance for pain. And I'm okay with doing monotony. Years of grinding and Pokemon games has prepared me for this. Going through the exact same motions over and over and over again for little to no gain. Boring grind? Try to level up a Pokemon from 99 to 100, only beating up level 3 Rattatas and Pidgeys, and then tell me pain. You know how long it takes to get a million plus XP when all you're doing is fighting low level 1 hit Pokemon? Because you're too lazy to have a Pokemon use Fly to take you to a higher level area to fight Pokemon like that? Mind you, that was my first time beating blue version that I did that, because I was like, I gotta make sure my Pokemon are strong enough for the Elite Four. We will grind. And at I was in the third grade when it happened. I didn't know any better, so I'm just sitting there next to Viridian City at the entrance to, oh no, at the entrance to Victory Road, just putting around in a little grass and then smacking Pidgeys and Rattatas like no one's business. And after I beat it, someone was like, "Hey, did you hear about the glitch to get a infinite number of rare candies or any other item?" But at that time, it was only rare candies because that's all I cared about. And they're like, "Yeah, you can totally use it to get Master Balls too." And I was like, "Why do I want more Master Balls? Like, I already caught Mewtwo. Now that's who the Master Ball's for, right?" So, go through and have an army of level 100 Pokemon. Start charging kids $10 a pop. Be like, trade me your Pokemon, I'll trade them back to you, and he'll be level 100. At the time, you couldn't text each other to be like, "Yo, what move do you want them to learn?" So you had to ask them beforehand, like, "Do you want me to change their moves for you if I get a chance when they're leveling up?" And hopefully they already knew which moves they wanted them to have because they read the guidebook. Most of the time they didn't, though. You'd be like, "No, this level 100 will be fine." Alright, fine, but that'll have a level 100 Pokemon that only knows Tackle. Which, in those games, level was so unbalanced compared to type advantage. Come on. So often, if you had a Pokemon that was level 100, you could boss anybody without even trying. Unless they also had level 100 Pokemon. In which case, then type advantage came into play, but it was so simple back then. You know, it was a slightly more convoluted version of rock, paper, scissors. Now, I guess if you want to break it down to that, sure, but now they got like ×2 effectiveness, they got weather bonuses, they got moves that change the weather, they got stab attacks now, they have abilities. Like, imagine how like confused we would have been as kids if we would have, you know, been in the second or third grade, depending on whenever your parents bought you Pokemon, and you go to play and someone's like, "Oh yeah, well if you use a water type move with the water Pokemon, you get, it's a stab move." A stab move? What do you mean? This is water gun. He doesn't stab anybody. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Haha! I guess there is safe. But you end up just like, what's a stab move? Oh yes, same type attack bonus. So if you use a move that's the same type as the Pokemon you're using, you get a bonus for it, and it hurts more. Well, then I guess Blastoise is only learning water moves because no point in having him learn Mega Punch. At least that would have been my third grade brain. What? Come on, man. Which, you know, Mega Punch actually ended up being one of Blastoise's best moves, even if it did only hit like 70% of the time. And then there was those myths and rumors going around. If you go behind the truck in Viridian City, or not Viridian, Vermilion, you can catch a Mew. It's like, no, you can't. There's only like one way to catch a Mew in that game, and it was due to a glitch that was known as a long-range trainer glitch. You gotta be kidding me. Why can I not jump on a present now? Because I'm too busy talking. Aha! But yeah, you can only get it that way, and it's not something you would have known or just found in a guidebook. It was something that came out literally years after the game was made. Or you could get it from an event. It's either glitch or event to get that Pokemon. There's never some sort of, yeah, if you just go behind this thing, you'll find it. Nope. If that was the case, you would have seen the little icon for it sitting back there, which is something that you don't really learn until you're older, sadly. No, why would you do that? Why would you be that way? Give me my pulses. I can't even make that. But then there was a way to. What's wild is in those games, the long range trainer glitches, one was put in there on. It was a glitch on accident. Dang. Okay. That, from what I understand, it was the one where you get to start off with the level 100 Nidoking. And the reason for that was because originally, after you beat the Elite Four, you're supposed to be able to run into like the evolved forms of Nidoran. You know, not just Nidorina and Nidorino. We're supposed to be able to run into Nidoking and Nidoqueen in the Viridian Forest. But afterwards, they're like, no, let's just take those out, make this a low-level Pokemon thing only. You know, because you do have to go back to Viridian to fight Giovanni, right, for your 8th gym badge, who uses a Nidoking. And so, you know, they're like, oh yeah, let's make it so that way you can get one too. You know, just catch one. But then they decided against it. But then, you know, because the way coding was back then, they left the glitch in on accident. But then there's another one where you did the same kind of glitch, but it was north of Cerulean City, and you could get the Mew. It would show up with the same text box and everything as the Nidoran, and then it would be a Mew. You'd catch it, and it would be like level 30 or something like that. And then outside of, oh, what is it? The name of the Lavender Town. I'll say the name of the spooky town, but Lavender Town. Why is my camera doing that? There we go. Outside of Lavender Town, you could do the same kind of glitch, and Professor Oak shows up to battle you. And he would have like all the starter Pokemon, but totally beast it out. But then yeah, you could fight him, and similar to if you ever played Soul Silver, Heart Gold, or Silver and Gold when they first came out. Remember Red? How he had all the starter Pokemon, and then he had a Pikachu that was like level 80 something. Yeah, essentially it was that battle, but it was against Professor Oak, and they scrapped that because they didn't want the players. They couldn't like really figure out a way to make the players want to battle Professor Oak, who is this very benevolent, character throughout the series. So it's like, well, why am I fighting him? It makes sense. He'd have some awesome Pokemon, but then they just really couldn't make it work. So they just wrote him out. But instead of fully deleting him and rewriting the code for the game, they hid him away. And if you do the long range trainer glitch with one of the trainers west of Lavender Town, oh wow, doesn't this just suck? So there's no way I'm making that jump from here. What happens if I just fall on one of these? Maybe I can. Oh, okay. But so yeah, they couldn't make it work, so they tried hiding him away. But if you go to one of the trainers west of Lavender Town, get them to want to start initiating the battle with you, and then you pause the game and have one of your Pokemon use Fly or something like that to get you out of there. It still thinks you're in a battle. The game does. Instead of going into the Pokemon Center or anything, because that's where you're going to fly to, you fly back to Lavender Town. You then go to exit out of the west of Lavender Town, I'm pretty sure is what it is. Maybe you go to, yeah, pretty sure it's out of the west side. But then, as you're leaving, you hear, I say you hear, not like there's any actual speech in that game. But then a text bubble pops up and says, hey, do you have a Pikachu? Which is the same text bubble that pops up for the Nidoking, same text bubble that pops up for the Mew. And you turn around and you see Professor Oak pop up to you. And it's like, and you're in a battle. And after you beat him, there's no special accolade or anything. He just disappears. Which like I want to right now. Young. Who is this still watching? Has been here this entire time, or most of the time. Oh, they got me just playing in the background. See, I knew this was going to be difficult because each of the last... Well, I only played 3 out of the last 4. Don't think I got to play the most recent one. But each of the other getting out of it maps that I've done took me multiple tries. And then even on the final try, it took me pretty much to the full 4 hour limit to get through. I think there was one of them where like 3 times in a row I got the storm glitch where it cuts it down to 1 hour after only being in the game for like 30 minutes. Which, if this attempt here is any indication, going from 4 hours down to only an hour and a half, right? Kind of annoying. So it happened like 3 times in a row after only being in the game for 30 minutes, and every time it would happen, I would just back out, start a new creative session, and load it back up. After it happened so many times, I was like, you know what? Maybe it's just not meant for me to do this. So I didn't do it on one of the maps. I just like, you know what? Not doing it. I'm not even gonna keep on. The game's not gonna let me keep trying. Why would I want to keep trying and put myself through that kind of annoyance? I know it was the ice one where there's random fans that would push you off the edge at the beginning. That's the one that like I would get. Damn it. I say so far, but like I would get to the portion on that one where there was you had ice on your feet and you had to go up a wall, back down a wall, through some bushes, jump over a gap. Like it was that one, and I would get to that point on my best attempts, and then it would be like storm glitch, and I would look around. I'm like, I still got over half the map to go. So then I would be like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna restart. I'd get back to that point. I'd be stuck on that point because I suck at icy feet. What am I doing when I pass this wreath? And I'd seriously just be like, you know what? Oh my goodness. What the world has happened? That was so backwards. Okay. I guess. So here's the question. Do I impulse up there and try to do it properly? In which case, I will then have to use the bouncer to hop on the candy canes, which is something I've already done before and proven I cannot do. Or do I go back for my impulse? I go back for the impulse. I'm taking the easy way out. Haha. Ah, second viewer. Are you new? Or are you one of the original 3 that were here earlier? Oh, that doesn't help that you leave. What, you join in, you don't see all the action you were hoping for? Guess what? Oh my goodness. On maps like this, you don't get action. You just get the satisfaction of watching me fail, and possibly while you're watching me fail, you also are attempting it, and you kind of trying to race me to get to the end. You know, just kind of just racing by yourself. The safer way to probably use that impulse, instead of doing this and risking hitting the lights and getting deflected back down, would be just a jump to here. Make that little jump there, because that's really not that difficult of a jump. It just can be a pain in the butt because of the branches. And then using the impulse to launch myself into this corner instead. Probably the smarter move, but whatever. I feel like whenever I'm streaming and I see the view count go up from 1 to 2, or even go from 0 to 1, I feel like those little green guys from Toy Story. Someone from the other side. And then he asked me who my ruler is. I tell you the lag is my ruler. It decides who will go and who will stay. Someone from the outside. Tell me, who's in charge here? The lag. I got a nice little orange X there. That's great. Can't wait for it to turn into a red X to let me know I'm really just SOL. Yes. So if I didn't turn there to face and push forward, I don't think I would have made that jump. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Haha. I am inside. One more. One more again. We can do it! That's not the part that I was saying we can do. I know we can do that. Alright. What is this, attempt like 6 or 7 on this? Oh no. Whew. So that is not solid in between those. I just love hearing the wind pass by my ears as it blows through my hair as I fall down 100 plus meters. It's so lovely. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. Give me a topic to talk about. Really, any topic. I'll talk about anything if I know anything about it. So not to toot my own horn. I know a lot of things about a lot of things. I have a bunch of random information. That's my gift. Grayson, give me a topic to talk about to distract me from my pain. Yes, there is pain in my voice every time I fall. That is true. Like that. Okay. Not too far. Son of a gun. Okay, here we go. Yeah. You get your happy Christmas music out of here. There's no happy. Only pain. And for morale boost, I have a Red Bull. If that fails, I'll make some coffee. Oh no. See, and I tested earlier to see if I could drop the impulses. That is a negative. Unless I can drop them. What? Give me that feedback. Let's see, can I drop them here? No, can't. See, I was trying to stack impulses earlier, and because you can't drop them, you lose the ability to stack them. Even if I take these 2 with me up top, to the point to where I get 3, all I'll get is, it'll just give me a 3rd one. There's probably a mutator zone that I'm running through at some point in time to limit the amount of impulses I can carry. or the amount that it'll fill me up to, because I've tried getting more there while already holding 2, and it didn't give me any more. And then when I get up here, when I try to get more, it'll only top me out at 3. So I'm guessing like right there where I passed through, or even right here, there's got to be some kind of mutator to stop me from getting more. Yeah. On the bright side, I'm getting decent at these other levels. They're no longer the puckering as they used to be. Yeah. Alright. Aiming for that right there. Oh, if I can stay on it. Oh. Yeah. Alright, this one. Why would you do that? I can't believe it would do that to me. Like, because of that jump, I feel I need to carry that impulse with me and just try to make the one tile jump inside the wall. But see, the issue is I'm gonna get there and I'm gonna be like, oh, I can make this. And after I use the impulse there, I'm gonna get to the next section and be like, I should have saved it. And it's gonna create more pain for myself because I'm gonna be like, no, I can make it without the impulse. I got it. I'm gonna get there, and instead I'm gonna be like, oh, why didn't I just use the impulse? Because I'm gonna be back down here, being like, oh, I guess I can use this impulse to skip this one little part. My goodness. Oh. At this point, I feel just carrying the extra impulses with me is like tax evasion, where I'll use it and I'll skip a portion, and I'm like, aha, I cheated you. But then after I use it, here comes the IRS, and they're like, but you thought. I'm like, oh, right now would be a great time to use tax evasion. Mm-hmm. What are y'all whispering about? What? What? No, I didn't eat the Oreos. I was talking to Mom about that earlier. Yeah, I need to stop that. So you should probably go to bed. Seeing as it's 11 o'clock right now. Especially since you've already been told to go to bed. that jump. No, I still made it. Huh? It's like I'm playing Russian roulette with these lag spikes. Gotta hope I get one when I don't get reset too far. Son of a gun! No! What are you doing? Why would you do that? Well, let me put these back in. Ooh. Shook my wrist and it popped from holding it in the same position on my controller for the last hour and a half. Yeah, 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 yeah. Alright. Okay, yeah, the goal isn't to get to the bounce pad. The goal is to get to the string of the lights above the bounce pad. So like little victories. Being able to get to stuff like this. Gotta appreciate the little victories. If not, these maps become way too daunting of a task. It's okay, I'm here. I can get back up there without much risk. This one is so weird that, like, that happens. Like, epic, what's with your hitboxes? Like, I know I'm supposed to jump on the candy canes and stuff, but, like, just so much easier to not. Less risk, too. Yes! Huzzah! Oh, yes! Haha! I'm back, baby. Oh. For a limited time only. Come on. What in the... Listen to your boxes. But you think you're so tough. Give me my impulses. Oh no. Was I even supposed to be here? I guess I mean, yeah, I'm supposed to be down there, but like... Supposed to be like a Neo jump over here, I guess? Anything we got on the map over here? No? Okay. Well, what the heck? Okay, so... This is my first time in this section. I really had no clue what to do. No! Why would you do that? I mean, I have a second one. Oh, but I need to get up past that thing. Because I'm not willing to do it the hard way. Come on, you joke. That red bumper sends you up a little bit higher so that way you can move forward to the neon green one. And then you're supposed to hit the neon green one to come over here. Like, that's actually the proper way to do this level. You're supposed to, after you get up here, you're supposed to jump on these candy canes. And then go from the candy canes over to here. Get 2 impulses. Jump over there. Make the tile jump through there. And then from there, Team Rocket yourself on over to the, like, against that wall. And then once you're over on that wall, that we got vision of it, you're supposed to run across that. I'm guessing that these slanted packages are there so you can potentially hit them and slide off. I haven't been over there. But you jump over there, you Neo onto that, and then you come over here, you jump on these boxes, jump onto that, hit that bumper for a slight bounce to hit that, and then blast you over there. It's just red because he chose to make it a different color besides green. And it's just of a less intensity of a bounce. But I've been trying to quote unquote cheat this map as much as possible. Because if not, it would have taken me 2 hours just to figure out to get that impulse correct going from there to there. Because the impulses have got to be by far my worst skill when it comes to this kind of stuff. So if I can find a way to do less impulse jumps, the better for me. Oh hey, Corey, since you're back, does that mean you're done sleeping and you completed it already? Oh no! Oh. Pixar didn't happen. Oh, okay, no! Let it out. Let it out. Let it out, boy. I'll wipe my own eyes. That's rough, buddy. Corey, you give me a topic to talk about. I told Grayson to, but he wouldn't. Oh wow, the wife sent me 5 TikToks to watch. So I know when I get a message on there, it's only because she's sending me different ones to watch. Whoa. Oh my goodness, now I can't even run straight. Oof. Alright, good night. See you tomorrow. Maybe. I know a topic to talk about based off of a retweet I just saw. No! Anyways, so there is there's a YouTuber that I follow that I started following, and thankfully he has not strayed from what you know what made him so appealing. I talk Fortnite, and he made his video so appealing to begin with was he was very straight, direct, to the point when doing like item shop reviews or talking about the state of the game and stuff like that. And he was very blatant where he's like, only leave a like if you liked what I did, only subscribe if you really liked what I did. Um, he was like, use my code or don't, up to you. Like he wasn't somebody begging for subscribers or whatever. He wasn't, or he doesn't. I'm not saying he wasn't because that sounds like he is now, but you know, he's, he was purely doing it because he was like, hey, my goodness. He was purely doing it because he's like, you know what? This is the kind of content I want to make. If you like it, cool. If you don't, whatever. And because of that, within the last, 3, 4 months maybe? It really hasn't been that long that he's been retweeting Pizzo, how do you say the guy's name? Been retweeting his videos, being like, this is great, I love these videos. He does like the combos that you can do with the different skins and whatnot, which, sure, that's cool. And he does a lot of, let me show you how it's reactive and stuff like that. And there's quite a bit of YouTubers that do that. You know, they have their own little series of how, how are these skins reactive? What is this? And they're great, they're informative, but I watched one of his, like, I guess like the latest one that he tweeted out, or it's not the latest one anymore because I saw the notification that he tweeted out another one of his, and oh boy, I feel like I'm on the edge. There we go. But I saw that he tweeted out another video of his, so I know it's not the latest one anymore. But I watched one of his videos for the first time today, and I was like, don't really see the appeal of this guy. Like, yeah, I get it, different strokes for different folks, and what you may not like in one YouTuber, what you may like in one YouTuber, maybe what you don't like in another one. And that's fine. I'm not necessarily, knocking the YouTuber in question, but at the same time, I do remember one of iTalk's tweets where he specifically said, like, this is his friend. And again, by all means, you're a friend helping out a friend, so that's awesome. And clearly, he's had some success because he has his own. I think he already had it come to the shop, or it's coming to the shop, where it's like his skin set. You know what I'm saying? His locker loadout, and that's cool. It's just, me personally, if I would have, oh my goodness, I put myself way too far forward on that one. If I just would have stumbled across one of his videos randomly while on YouTube one day, I would have watched it and been like, okay, this is, you know, that one video is plenty for me. And like I said, I understand different strokes for different people. I'm just trying to find talking points right now. Because I know that, oh my goodness, why did I jump there like an idiot? But, yeah, like I said, I understand different strokes. People have different tastes. Uh, I mean, if that wasn't the case, then all of YouTube would be dominated by like one person from each niche of YouTube. Each genre would be controlled by one person. You wouldn't have multiple creators at the same level for each genre. Why is my phone going off? Oh, this is a good talking point. Lucas Yoshi, he tweeted out, "What's your thoughts on season 15 so far?" So what are my thoughts on season 15? Obviously, it's not like he tweeted it at me. It was a general question for who follows him on Twitter in general. But oh come on, no! Dadgummit. Back to the ground again. Digging up my hole, digging up my holes, yeah. But anyways, my thoughts on season 15 so far. I mean, honestly, I think the big salvation to season 15, more than anything, for people who have been playing that are what people would call casual gamers, right? Like myself. Thing is casual gamers are the ones paying attention to the storyline, and it will be casual gamers that keep the game alive. Don't know why that's not acknowledged more, to be honest with you. Because competitive gamers, they're only going to go where the money is. You take away the people who play competitive Fortnite, and that's such a small fraction of the player base. You take away the tournaments and the pop-up cups and the chances to earn money, and you lose so little. Like, you lose so little in terms of numbers, but you lose so much in terms of player toxicity. You know, you go back to the time in the game where if somebody saw you doing a traversal emote, you know, like, let me see if I can. Was it first traversal? Yeah. You go back to a time where walking around like this. I understand that was like season 9 or season X that came in, but you take away the competitive side of the game, and you go back to a point where you see somebody doing that down the road, you go up to them and you start doing it with them if you have it, right? Or you just stop, you squat, you stare at them, and after you guys are done emoting together, you go your separate ways. You don't actually fight. You're like, okay, if I fight this guy, it's gonna be later. Or go back to the time where at Spawn Island, you um you emote with somebody who has a unique skin on or a not too common skin, and I don't know. And after you do that emote with them, if you see that skin again from a distance, now mind you, you don't want to risk them just hauling off and popping you. You start doing that emote again, and if they start doing it with you, you're like, yo, this is the guy I saw at Spawn Island. What are the chances? That just becomes a very unique experience. Um, you look at the storyline now. Who pays attention to the storyline? Competitive doesn't. Competitive's just like, what new weapons do I have to use? What new, vehicles are there in in the actual comp platform, and how can I use them to get eliminations? You're not using them to try and goof around. Like, not saying this game should be entirely goof around, because the goal of it is to be the last one standing. But that's where people talk about a lot of fun being lost in the game. That's where a lot of it was lost, was the introduction of allowing people to not only compete in the game, but win money in the game by competing. And if it were strictly just the... I jumped. If it was strictly just the pro-ams, or just like the invitational competitions that, people are only invited to because they're able to build up a large enough following through scrims or whatever. If that's the case, perfectly fine. You can actually go back to probably the way Fortnite used to be. Before the community became toxic, when people were just talking about it all the time because they couldn't stop laughing about an instance that happened in the game before, or the day before, when they were playing with their buddies. So, like, you look at it, skill-based matchmaking was introduced thanks to competitive, because the skill gap was getting too far, and I don't think that would have naturally happened nearly as fast without a competitive, playlist. Not saying that competitive is wrong, just saying, I think that they're the short timers. The people that are in it to make money, they're only playing the game until the next big game comes out to make money. But the people who play casually, you're playing because you enjoy it. And with the actual having dialogue and cutscenes and the storyline all starting to finally come together after all these years. I say all these years, it's been 3. But after all this time, after a season ending event every season since season 4, or season 3 when the rocket came in, right? Since that season, where at the end there are meteors falling and everyone was like, no dude, Tilt is gonna be destroyed, and ended up being, essentially a research base, like for Thor's hammer. And we started seeing, trucks move randomly around the map, and uh, the only vehicles that were put in were ridiculous vehicles. Like, all that is finally starting to make sense, especially if you've been trying to follow the storyline. And then with the introduction of Bunker Jonesy as an NPC, being willing to actually sit there and talk to you, instead of giving you anything, he just gives you more storyline or more to flesh out the story. Like, I think season 15 is gonna be one of the seasons, like, towards the end, that people are going to point to as, like, this potentially might have saved the game, only because I think Epic's probably seeing some player retention issues. Only reason why I say that, big oof, is because of the reboot of Friend event they got going on soon, if it's not already going on, where you supposedly invite a friend and play so many matches with them, but through a third-party website instead of just through the game. And it has to be somebody who hasn't played in like the last month or 30 days, whatever, which one it is. And, if that's the case, why would they be making a a stretch to bring back teammates like that unless it was either a player retention issue or they plan on tying that itself into the storyline of the loop. You know? So far, season 15, storyline wise, I give it, you know, an 8.5, a 9 out of 10. Because it's finally adding to it. There's still some mystery to be figured out. But yeah, a lot of things are getting answered. Loot pool wise, I want to give it a higher score if we're doing like bases out of 10. But I mean, it's a pretty decent loot pool. I'd give it a 7, 7 and 8, 7.5 to 8ish because I don't know. Because they have the charged and the tack in. Not saying I want the ability to, destroy somebody with one hit, but the fact that the charged was one of the most disliked shotguns, like, what? Like, even after people started getting used to using it, it was still very disliked. Unlike the combat when it was first brought in, everyone hated it. I didn't personally. I thought it was great, but when it was first brought in, I remember Cypher PK making a video saying why I'll always choose the tac shotgun. Then he made a video, oh my goodness, about a month into the season, going why I'll always choose the combat shotgun. Literally complete 180. And from the time the combat was introduced, I was like, well, yeah, it has a smaller reticle, so once you just learn how to aim it, once you get used to the smaller... Hey. Hey. I was saying, once you get used to the smaller reticle and learn how to aim it, it's actually better than the tac. And sure enough, that's exactly what everyone started saying. Because people are so trigger happy to, with the knee-jerk reactions. I'm sure if I go and look at the comment thread, there's going to be people on there that are hating it for balance issues, hating it for all sorts of reasons, but then you got people that be loving it because with the addition of sand tunneling, it brings back a lot of the goofiness that people enjoyed. And then, like, when we first started playing this season, I saw that there was bounties. Well, too bad. Yeah, Corey said he went to bed, but he would be my backup on this one. But I called it. I said, I bet you the bounties were put in for all the times that people were complaining. Like, yes, it's a way to incorporate the feature from Warzone, but also it's because people were complaining about, not being able to find people mid-game. Saying, oh yeah, all the fighting's happening in the beginning, and if you are playing solos, go to a popular drop, you walk out of there with 7 or 8 LMs, and that's a great start to a game. Because you're only going to find 6 more people maybe that you can fight throughout the duration of throughout mid-game and end-game. Oh, no way. Throughout mid-game and end-game. And so you would, I think the bounty system was brought in mostly for that, because then people can, get their initial landing zone fights out of the way, and then immediately go to the NPC and be like, alright, give me a bounty. Where is somebody? And it tells you almost exactly where somebody is. And it allows you to go chase them down. I think the exotics are ridiculous. Not because they're extremely good or anything, but because they cost too much gold. On average, I'm only... Now, mind you, like I said, I'm a casual player, but you see these guys who play this game for a living, who play competitively for a living, pretty much. Or the only reason why they're playing is to play competitively. What's up? Need the charger. Can I reach it? Whew, that was a stretch. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so you got people who play this game for money, you know, who've built careers on it and built careers on high elimination games. Now they have a better chance at getting high elimination games because while they're pursuing a specific bounty, they they can have the chance of running into somebody else while they're getting to them. Because let's face it, 5 minutes is a long time to run into somebody or track someone down. If you have a car, you can get across the entire map from side to side in less than 5 minutes. And while you're chasing someone down, you can take that chance to engage in a fight that might take 30 seconds and still have more than enough time. What am I doing? To go and track down the other person. Track down who your actual bounty was. If your bounty gets poached, you still get like 30 or 40 gold. You get your bounty, you get 70 gold. Every time you kill somebody, I don't know if the amount of gold you get changes every time you eliminate someone, but I know you get a small amount. Like I said, though, I don't know the actual amount because I haven't been paying attention to it. Haha. Alright. So, there's a chance that you can make a small little chunk of gold while you're playing, but see, the two content creators that I watch the most for Fortnite videos is gotta be, Lachlan and Muselk. McCreamy's up there too when he uploads, but they've made mention of being like, hey, I only get so many attempts on this video because it took me, this many hours to collect all the gold that I needed to purchase the exotic weapon multiple times. And it shouldn't take somebody 4 or 5 hours to collect enough gold to make that kind of purchase, especially not people who are playing routinely and go for high elimination games. Now, granted, I will say I bet they weren't, searching all the safes that they might have come across, because let's be real, people who make content like that, 9 times out of 10, they really know less about the game than people who don't make content. And I understand why. They got more to worry about. They're making a livelihood off of it. They're like those coaches who've never played a game of the sport they coach, or they only played it, for a short duration. And they think they know everything about it, but in reality, they just know the high points. The one content creator that I can say knows as much as he's letting on is Cypher PK. Come on! Oh my goodness. So, I've made that jump before. You've seen me make that jump before. But here I am, down here by myself. So lonely. But either way, it shouldn't be taking content creators multiple hours who have skill at the game much more skill than I do myself, that long to get enough gold to purchase an exotic weapon so they can make a video and have multiple attempts at it. Just saying. But because if they're playing for which one? I think it was Lachlan. He said he was grinding for 8 hours and only had enough gold to purchase the exotic boom sniper for like 3 or 4 attempts, I think. And I was with him collecting gold while he was playing the game as well, or doing his attempts. And like I said, I understand they don't go and like, I limited that guy. Let me go get his gold, real quick. No, it's not. It's not really how they play. If they end up running over the person's stuff and gold gets collected, then cool. Most of the time, that is how they collect most of their gold. It's through eliminations, and if while they're breaking furniture, someone pops out of the bed or what have you. Why should I be back here? I don't belong here. I belong up there. Oh my goodness. Jumped way too soon like an idiot. See, every time I hear that storm sound, I think the circle's about to close on me. Oh no, my battery's low. My controller. My controller is about to die. Got to get a new one. Oh, excuse me. I haven't drank any of my energy drink yet, and I'm already burping over here. Jumping like a newborn here. What's going on? Yeah. Smacking doors and stuff. Alright, well, after I get past the bounce pad, I'm going to swap out my controller. Just so that way it doesn't die on me mid-jump. With all the issues I've had with lag spikes, that's the last thing I need. Turn off the... Boom, baby, I'm back. 1 second, let me get resituated here. Turn off this light. Ah, yes. Now only the screen glow and the faint aura of Christmas tree lights are around me. Oh my goodness. Let me take a short break here to see if I was correct. So let's see. Just like I thought. Looking here through Lucas Yoshi's. So he made it was a poll that he made. Good or bad for thoughts on season 15 so far. And then people are talking in the comments. Most of them, I'm glad to see that some people are like, hey, enjoying the collabs this season. Especially since the entire season isn't built around collabs. Which I get. I dig it as well. That the fact that the collabs are in the item shop, they're not in the battle pass. I really dig that. With the exception of the Mandalorian. But, like I said, I really dig that. Especially since the entire theme of the season is Bounty Hunter. You know what I'm saying? Like, Theme is bounty hunter, hence the bounties you gotta go grab and track down. All the collab skins that they're bringing in could be considered hunters of some form. Oh no! Like, initially Mandalorian, pretty famous bounty hunter. Only thing I would have asked for is if they were to include the Mandalorian, they somehow, I wish they got rights to the Boba Fett style, which I'm not really complaining, just saying would have been nice to see. Perfectly happy without it. Or if they would sell that in the item shop, that'd be cool. They already have, Star Wars skins. But, then you got Michelle and, or Michonne, not Michelle, Michonne and Daryl Dixon. Master Chief being added in may seem like like something out of left field, but when you consider the Blood Gulch LTM, which was beautifully made, like the map itself is beautifully made. Haven't had a chance to actually play it. Don't think I will. I mean, yes, it's capture the flag. It's a fun game mode, but something tells me that it's still just going to be ridiculous with the way people play it. But hopefully that makes a spike in capture the flag maps. Kind of like how Search and Destroy got a spike after a few of those got featured. There was challenges attached to it. But really hoping. Oh yeah, but Master Chief, with the collab, Master Chief himself, while he wasn't a bounty hunter, he was a warrior that was called in to settle an issue. Let's, to put it, oh no, to put it lightly, Also, can I just throw out there how much, like, ever since Master Chief and Halo became a thing, that was like the one video game my dad really promoted me playing. Or not promoted. Of all the video games I could have been playing, that was one of the ones that he was actually like supportive of, because my father is in the Navy. I eventually joined the Navy, but time I was in high school. But anyways, so my dad was in the Navy growing up, while I was growing up, and Master Chief is a Navy pay grade for enlisted. It's actually one of the highest pay grades an enlisted member can achieve. Outside of the special assignments of like Master Chief of the Navy and stuff like that, it's the highest you can go. So there being a character in a war game that wasn't a SEAL that was getting all the love was 100% okay with my dad. Like 100%. No. So it made playing Halo actually really enjoyable, because I knew that even though I wasn't gonna have a ton of time playing it, like you're talking like max, I'd have 2 hours every other week being able to play it. And man, did I play the snot out of it when I could. Oh, 1 second. Good night. The wife just texted me from the bedroom telling me that my daughters wanted to tell me good night. So, quick holla back to them. Maybe I didn't do enough digging, but I haven't seen. Actually, I didn't do any digging, but I don't know how many people have completed this rendition of getting out of it. I would stop and check Twitter to see who's posted screenshots, but I don't really want to slow down any more than I already have. No, come on. Ooh, I knew I jumped too early on that one. But whoever's still watching, if you can go onto Twitter and check, search for Barrio14 and just scroll down his timeline to see how many people have already completed this and like shared it with him. It's been released for a few weeks now, I think. Forget when I saw the code for it. I imagine quite a bit have already completed it, but it'd be kind of nice to know if it's a small number of who've completed it. But if it's a large number, then every time I fail, it's just gonna feel bad. Not really, but every time I fail, I'll be able to tell myself, someone else did it. A lot of people have done it. So why can't I? So I know the YouTube algorithm pushes streams that have a lot of interaction or that have obviously high view count, high viewership while people are doing things. And I know it pushes streams that have just started, kind of like when they push videos when you first upload them. And honestly, like I was looking into the monetary like gain. Obviously I'm nowhere near being able to make cash. Like, I'll put it this way: the amount of comments I have is close to the amount of subscribers I have. And with my lack of game skill, lack of ability to edit, because I just use what's it called? Share Factory. So the editing is definitely subpar. Gameplay is subpar. And listening to my own commentary, that's also subpar. I don't know where I got 41, 42 subscribers from, to be real. I'm pretty sure at least one of them is when I went through on my son's phone and I was like, you're subscribing to me, like it or not. You don't need post noties on, but you will subscribe to me. You will support your father. But out of curiosity one day, because I got a few friends that stream on Twitch regularly. I think that's where that was the time that I was looking into it. Was when one of them was talking about how they just need to get to a certain number to start making ad revenue. And I was like, all right, cool, yeah, I'll definitely throw the Wife's Prime membership sub towards your way then. That's what it was. They needed to get to a certain number of like hours streamed in a week plus concurrent viewership or something like that, and then they start being able to make cash off of it. And I was like, okay, cool, man. And I was looking at it, I was like, what do you mean? Like, these numbers are so much lower than what the YouTube numbers are. And Twitch being a service completely set up for streaming, even with ridiculous rules that they have, the monetary gain that you can experience through Twitch as opposed to YouTube is just insane. Like, it really is, like, night and day with how much you can make. So, like, if your goal is to try and make a living off of this, I would say Twitch would be the way to go. And then just after you build up a large enough, you know, subscriber base, because I have seen a few Twitch streamers, a few kind of larger ones. Granted, they're getting separate paychecks from YouTube to switch over. But oh my goodness, that stupid red ornament. But I've seen a few of them make the jump who weren't, they're not getting exclusive deals or anything like that due to, um, I guess creator freedom is what you'd call it. I've seen a few of them, make the jump, and uh, I think that's really smart. If you're more comfortable and you enjoy the freedom you get via streaming through YouTube as opposed to on Twitch, which I don't know what necessarily those differences would be. But if it's significant enough, go ahead and make the jump. But build a following on Twitch first. Hear me out on this one. Build a following on Twitch first that they're already subscribing to you and stuff like that. And then just give everybody a warning and be like, hey, don't re-up your subs to me next month because I'm making the jump over to YouTube. Prepare everybody. That way they don't feel like they got a wasted month of sub on you. Which, yeah, it's only $5 for a basic one for most people. But you got those people that they'll pay the higher tiered subs, and they pay more money to you each month. So do them a courtesy and let them know, like, hey guys, making the jump in the next month or so. So don't re-up. I'm gonna be completely streaming via YouTube. That way I can stream and then just pull the footage from the YouTube stream to make videos, as opposed to recording on Twitch, grabbing the VOD, and cutting that up, then posting entirely to a different site. But like I said, the initial gain monetarily between YouTube and Twitch, I don't know. I would say Twitch is the better jump, to be honest with you. Think about it. People already go to Twitch. Twitch was set up as a streaming service for games actively being played. So you already got people there that their mindset is, I'm going to go and watch somebody play and talk in real time and communicate with them, but hopefully. And hopefully you can, actually have a full conversation with them. That's as a viewer, that's the dream, right? You're watching somebody play and you have a full, what just happened? You have a full conversation with them. And then as somebody playing the game, honestly, having a full conversation or a conversation with somebody is night and day. And the experience, hey yo, post. Oh, dang it. Because let's be real, I could be doing this, like I said, just recording it myself, and then every 60 minutes making sure to double tap the share button to record. But only downside is I'd have to go through and delete like one of the games on here. Like one of the games I already have downloaded. Oh, dang it, that was dumb of me. Because if not, I would not have enough memory to actually record everything. And then again, back to only having Share Factory to edit things. There's a limit to how long a video can be in Share Factory. Even if you upload, so if I put, I think it's like an hour, or 45 minutes, something like that. But if I try to put 2 hours worth of video into Share Factory, it won't let me do it. It'll be like the video clip's too long. So then even after I go through and I put the video clips in there in order, I cut them up into smaller segments, delete segments, and hold on. But if you were to cut it all up into segments to be shorter, if you add another long segment, you end up not being able to add it because it still exceeds the time limit. And you can have all those segments split up in 4 hours. Like say or 2 hours. You can have 2 hours worth of footage, and you know that at the end it's going to be edited down into like a 15-minute video. You can't do that through Share Factory. You know, maybe there's a way on the PlayStation to cut it and trim it beforehand, which I know you can trim. The thing is, like, maybe I want something from the beginning and the end of the video, or to that recording, because I can't cut it. I can't, cut into two pieces and trim it down, or even just select that segment before going to Share Factory, after I already have it recorded in that segment. Okay, you're not gonna get me this time, stupid ball. That's what I thought. If I fail, it's the door that fails me. Haha, not today. But yeah, so I think. Wait, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, editing videos and stuff like that. Originally, I was talking about monetization. Like I said, the requirements are so much less on Twitch than they are on YouTube, because Twitch set up like one giant ad, so it wants people, to stay there. How do you make people stay? Pay them. And you pay them decently. Well, on YouTube, it's entirely set up for how many views did your video get in X amount of time frame. Whereas it was sort of like how the supported creator code, or the supported creator program 2.0 set up. Where if you don't make at least $100 and no, if you don't make at least $100 in 12 months, you lose out on. Well, actually, could I? No, I can't. You lose out on that $100, and you end up losing your creator code. YouTube is sort of similar. If you don't make X amount in the right amount of time, you actually end up losing any revenue that could have been. While Twitch, it's purely, oh hey, people watched your video, or they watched your stream, and since they watched it, you now have gained this much money from each ad that played. Even better, if they want to have the no ad experience for zero break in the action, they can subscribe for a small $5 a month. You know what, to be real with you, I don't think, if I streamed on Twitch, I don't think I'd care if it was a, like, I've seen people complain about the way their chat was talking. Like, I'm gonna go back to Cypher PK on this one. He's made mention before how, like, almost 100% of the time, when he has somebody in his chat being excessively rude or toxic to other people in the chat or to him, like 90% of the time it's a gifted sub, right? Which, dadgummit, nothing wrong with gifted subs. It's just that, um, because it's a free sub to you, but it also it's an extra paid sub. So somebody's, if they gift a sub to somebody for a month, they're paying, for two subs that month. They're in their own to the streamer that they like. So instead of giving them $5 for that month, you give them 10, which doesn't seem like a lot. But when you take the, those $5, $10 a month that people are paying, and this person has 1,000 subs, right? At just $5 a sub, that's 5 grand in a month. You realize how nuts that is? Like, I can understand why people, once they figured it out, there was this huge push, like, mostly thanks to Fortnite, a huge push for people to start adding TTV to their name. Because it became a way to genuinely earn income. You know? Like, Twitch went from being something that some people did and it maybe made enough to pay the bills at the end of the day or just pay a car note, maybe. But at the, in the wake of the explosion of online gaming, a huge part and thanks to Fortnite and it being available on all sorts of platforms, on every platform really. Well, not mobile anymore, but well, I thought it was still available on like the One Plus. But anyways, um, thanks to that explosion, I jumped. Thanks to that explosion, it really just. And now, if you get eliminated, you go to Twitch and um, you look up that person's name that has TTV in their name. Either you find a channel with 0 uploads, or you find a channel with like last streamed 3 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago. And a lot of it's because like, yeah, last streamed a year ago when really, a year ago this time was, oh, the game was 2 years old. You know what I mean? Like, you go there and you see the last time they streamed was when Fortnite was really just like hitting hard, where you couldn't go anywhere without seeing a kid doing Orange Justice. Like, it was like it was a new age gold rush. You know, where people found out, hey, you can make a lot of money doing this, and the next thing you know, you got everyone trying to do it, and it just diluted everything. Now you still got kids with TTV in their name, partially because of the meme, and partially because they just decided they didn't want to change it. They kept it. And you look at the guys who have really blown up and have stayed blown up. None of them have TTV in their name. I don't think they had TTV in their name at all, or YT in the name at all. It was just they became popular because they were good at the game. They were streaming it already, all on Twitch. And that's what's a lot of them have stay power, is they're able to build those communities early. And a lot of them, they were already, none of them were overnight successes. That's nothing. A lot of the kids who decided to put like TTV in their name or to start Twitch channels or YouTube channels, they all started them really with the thought in mind that like, hey, I'm gonna start this, and within a month I'm gonna be raking in some dough. Not realizing that like, Nick Merckx, Ninja, Tim the Tatman, Courage, they were all Cypher PK, I really think that those guys were like the godfathers of this game. Even well, Myth kind of blew up. I think he was already streaming before Fortnite, but he really blew up because he was able to build a, a one by one tower fast before Turbo Builder and before Pro Building or Builder Pro. I mean, was put into the game. But guys like Daquan and Hamlin's. Oh, Dr. Lupo. How can I forget? The oldest of the Godfathers. But they had already been streaming for years. Anyone who knows the Ninja story, the Tyler Blevin story, knows he started off as a Halo Pro and started off streaming. I think he started off streaming Halo, but then moved on to games like PUBG and whatnot, and that's really where he started gaining a decent size of his following. Back when Twitch was still called, I think it was called Jordan TV. But even then, that was one of those things where one of the big reasons why Twitch changed its name to Twitch was because of the popularity of a channel on Jordan TV called Twitch Plays Pokemon, where they let the people viewing control the game. If you haven't watched any of the Twitch Plays videos, I think they're on YouTube now. But just type in Twitch Plays Pokemon, and it was a series where they let the viewers type in, via their command, via the viewer command, what to do. Okay, and I forget if the chat was given the ability to name Pokemon too, like nicknames, but the simple process of moving forward and using cut to cut down a little tree was like a 5-minute process because everyone was spamming up or side, right, left, down, A, B, start, and people were trying to type it in at the right time to make it happen, only to type it in at the same time someone else was typing it in. So a lot of times the commands would cancel each other out because you couldn't go any further right. Or when they would hit start, like 6 people would type in to hit start, so it would open and close the menu 3 times. It was more than that, definitely, but you know what I'm saying. And it was just hilarious to watch. And then they eventually beat the Elite Four with like a Pidgeot nicknamed Bird Jesus, and it was by far before that happened. You'd never seen it happen before, and it was probably one of the first videos that I watched on YouTube that I don't think it was even on YouTube because YouTube wasn't a thing until like 2005, 2006. But it was definitely one of the first things that like when somebody showed it to me, I was literally when people talk about busting a gut laughing because of how hard they're laughing, I was busting a gut. Like when you laugh so hard and for so long, eventually your abs start to hurt. Watching Twitch plays Pokemon was one of those moments for me because there's a time where they even like released what Pokemon? I think they released like a legendary Pokemon. I was like, no, why'd you do that? They used a Master Ball to catch like some level 5 Pokemon or something like that. It was just really ridiculous. And just one of those things, where, again, do you really see that too often in games now? No, you don't. Yeah, you got people that still go off and, goof off, they have fun, they play games purely for the love of it. I personally, like, that's why I like watching Vanoss Gaming, because it's entirely him and his group that play just for fun, just for laughs. And you know, like their banter, if they're playing like GTA 5 and try to do a heist or whatever. Purely just for the lulz. Uh, Jeez, I've been doing this for so long. I think I'm about to not stop it, but pull up Netflix on my phone and watch something on Netflix while I'm doing this. At least listen to it. This is where like it pays off to have somebody in the map with you also attempting it, even if all they're doing is repeatedly attempting the same thing way, oh come on now, what? Like way down here, if they're just reattempting the exact same jump over and over mindlessly, having someone to talk to really makes a huge difference. Woo. Woo. Okay, here we go. Yo. Oh, so speaking of monetary gain, I know people have said this before, and whoever the person is that's still watching, if you're not Barrio, I suggest you use Barrio's code. Um, there's not many maps that I can play for this long and not be just done with it. But yeah, I suggest using his code. He's not someone who gets featured too often, so I'm sure using his code is it's always a help for anybody who has a supporter creator code. But for the last time I streamed, I'd like to reiterate the fact that people like to use the codes of these guys who have, you know, 1 million+ subscribers on YouTube and they have 1 million subscribers on Twitch. Understand that, like, back to monetary gain, think about that. 1 million subscribers on Twitch, not followers. 1 million followers just give them sweet ad revenue, like real sweet ad revenue. But 1 million subscribers, that is $5 million a month. All right, that's not 5 million a year. If they're just tier 1 subscribers and they're all using Amazon Prime for the $5 a month subscription, that's 5 mil a month. If I made 5 mil in 1 month, I think I would just stop streaming. Like, cause like, what do you? I have to make that 5 million in 1 month. You know what I'm saying? Like, buku monies, y'all. Or if you make, let's say you have, just stopping real quick to pull up my calculator here, because I don't feel like doing this quick math in my head. Let's say you reach 10,000 subscribers on Twitch. Times that by 5, that's 50 grand in a month. Times that by 12. That's 600 grand. With only, that's 600 grand in a year. With only, I say only, you know how hard it is to get to 10, I'm sure it's like ridiculously hard to get that many subscribers. You know, so kudos to you if you can make it there. But even still, with 1,000 subscribers in a month, or per month to, ooh, if you can reach 1,000 subscribers in a month on Twitch, that is still, you know, 5 grand that you made. Which to some people, come on, man. Stupid snowflakes. And I think, let's see, where's that jump at? Well, it's right there. So, like, if I fall down in there, what happens? Do I have the... Okay, I have a respawn option. I don't see where it could... Unless there's a teleporting thing that immediately teleports me here? Is that blank? Like, can I run over that? Is there a barrier there that's, like... that would hold me up if I miss that jump? Is that diabolical? We'll see. Dadgummit. I'm not even gonna try to jump in it, but I will not use my shockwave this next time to get over it. That much is for certain. Probably gonna suck, but we'll see. But anyways, what's I saying? Oh yeah. So if you're using somebody's supported creator and they already have a massive revenue stream just from viewerships on the different platforms, like I understand your desire to want to try and support them with your own money, even if it's with the free V-Bucks that you get in the item shop. If they're using the battle pass or from Save the World, I get it, right? You want to feel like you're personally impacting this person's livelihood, and technically you are. But when the return on an item shop is you have to make people have to get my way, when it's 5% and it costs, before it was 50,000 V-Bucks to get $100 or something like that. Get $100 real cash. I'm sorry, but that at the end of the day, that $100 real cash isn't going to be... Oh, no. Okay. Okay, so that's not where that leads. I thought for sure... I thought that that jump in there led you down here. And it probably does put you out that chute to where your only option is to come all the way down. Potentially diabolical. But... dadgummit. But anyways... yeah, if the whole premise of this is one wrong jump takes you back to the beginning, why wouldn't that lead you there? But if you find a smaller, dadgummit, somebody with the creator code who doesn't have, you know, a ton, like this is where I wish you could, and you were allowed via the supported creator code terms of service. I wish you were completely allowed to let people know, like, hey, this is how much I made the last month. Only because, you know, I'm somebody that I want to see as many people succeed as possible, right? Even if that means I'm not succeeding myself. It's just how I am. Like, I'm currently rooting for a friend at work to get a promotion over top of me. Not to get it besides me, but like, I want to see him get promoted as well, but we put in for the same position. You know, common sense would tell you, no, root for yourself, you know? And I am rooting for myself, but at the same time, I want to see him succeed as well. So, it makes it, you know, not really like a catch-22 or anything like that, but it makes it kind of difficult to... Wait, okay, so I still got 2. Okay, I can still make the first jump. Whew. This makes it kind of difficult. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, find these smaller guys who have creator codes that, you know, aren't boasting the ability to be making more than a living on one of these other sites. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's got to be more than just one person that you enjoy watching. Just in the time frame that I've been talking about it, I've listed off multiple people that I like to watch. I don't use any of their creator codes. The creator code that I personally that I use is Chase Jackman, because I think I need to stop talking. But I personally use Chase Jackman because um, he is a friend of mine who, when I was first, one shot, one opportunity, who, when I was getting into creative, he was in the second creative group that I was in, or that I was a part of. My first creative group was one that I established myself, and I thought I had a really great name for it. You know, like some of these creative groups, I'm like, what was that name? But then there's others. Like I thought ours was great. It was called Cartogs United, right? Of course, I thought it was a great name. I thought of it, but if you know anything about map making, you know somebody who makes maps is called a cartographer. And you know, when I was in the Navy, if you're a photographer, people called you a photog. Aha! Aha! So I kind of want to jump down in there. If I could, when I complete this map, I'll reload it and I'll jump down in there just for giggles to see where it takes me, because I'm really curious. But so, anyways, so I took that experience from when I was in the Navy. Come on, man, really? I took that experience from when I was in the Navy, and I decided to apply it to this. You know, called it Cartogs United. I had a small, very small group of people who were in the group. Um, and I was, legitimately, I was just like, hey guys, let's make some great maps together. It doesn't really matter whose island it's on. None of us have creator codes, right? And let me pull up my Discord now. I think there might have been one person in there that did have a creator code. Because of all the groups that I've been a part of on Discord, that's the one that I can't get rid of. Let's see. So I don't know who that person is, but they were added in later. Is there a way to see who's all in this group? That's a friends list. I don't want to see that. I got a way to see all the members of a certain Discord. Let's see here. What's this? Oh, it says we only got 4 members. Um, I don't know if I've been having this conversation, but anyways, so yeah, that group was started and it dissipated fairly quickly. You know, sad to say, because not everybody was in it. You know, like people were added that mostly were just like they'd get added and they'd be like, oh, yeah, who has the creator code? And you'd be like, no one. This is a group to work together to build fun maps and hopefully get like a team creative code if possible. This was like kind of before team creator codes were a thing, and not that they were non-existent. It was just up until then you didn't really hear much about it, right? It'd be teams would take turns building on other people's islands in the team, and then be like, "Oh yeah, this is from team whatever." But so we were trying to. The goal was to get to like a team creative code, and out at the most, I think we might have had like 16 people in it, but like 8 of those people were designated as map testers, and the other 8 were people who were building. And we'd be like, "Hey, map testers, what kind of map would you guys like to play?" And we'd get no response. Like, what the heck? And then after that group pretty much like dissolved itself. Oh come on. We I was on Reddit one day and somebody, or his name was Dutch Rhino. He posted a question to Reddit being like, "Hey, can anybody make blah?" And I was like, "I can make blah." Or I'll try it out for you. Like, I'm bored. I'm currently in creative trying to think of something to build, and I see you have a need. Let me build that for you. So I built him these statues. Or I didn't build the statue itself. I built like a. He said he was looking for like, what was it? Like a pillar or something like that, right? Or like a platform that was like an end platform, but like he gave me the description. It's supposed to be angelic somehow. And I was like, okay, bet I'll see what I can do. So I went in, and in a matter of an hour or so in creative, I had mock-ups of multiple different ones with style options to be added to using. I had like 4 different pillar styles. Each one had 4 different floor styles that he could use, and then 4 different archways a piece, right? And of course you can mix and match. I just put the ones that I felt looked best together. I was like, "Hey man, how's this look?" And he was like, "Yeah." And so this is before you could copy and paste onto your own island. Saying like carry it from one island to another. So he's like, "I like this one, this one, and this one." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And went over to his island that he was building, and I built it for him. And then he was able to like copy and paste it with like big group selection to where it exactly needed to be. And then afterwards was like, "Hey, had a few friends of mine hop in after he made the testing code for it." We went in and I was like, "Hey, here's some, this is still just, uh, random person talking to random person, mind you." And I was like, "Here's the notes that me and my buddies got from playing your map." And we were like, "There's no clear goal." you know, the map was called Race to Mount Olympus, and it was more of a King of the Hill situation than it was a race, because you had to go down to his representation of Hades at the bottom of the mountain. And mind you, the mountain and everything was all custom terrain at the time. And, so props to that. What am I doing? I'm supposed to get up there and use this one shockwave to get up to the thing. Getting lost in the talk. But, so, built that for him. Then afterwards was like, "Yeah, no problem." And, he had only but like, great things to say, being like, "Hey, this should be its own gallery, because that's pretty much how you got it set up." And I was like, "Yeah, that's where I got the idea to set it up that way, with all the different options and everything, was because of the galleries in game." And then he was like, "Hey, would you like to be a part of a creative group that I'm putting together. And mind you, the creative group I was already in, that I tried starting, was already, falling apart because not everybody was in it, blah blah blah. And it was really just, it was a Discord group for, like, the one that I was a part of was really what it was turning into, was a Discord group for, just like, hey, we're all hopping online. How about everybody hops on Discord so we can chat? Okay, cool. Which I really don't have anything against, it wasn't what I had envisioned. I I was creating a small community of people who didn't want to do anything. So when Dutch was like, "Hey, would you like to join this group?" I was like, "Yeah." And so joined the group. It was him, a buddy of his. I forget his name. Started with a P, I'm pretty sure though. And it included him, his buddy, and two other people who he had found on Reddit as well, and it was like, "Hey, would you guys like to join a creative group?" And they're like, "Yeah." And one of them was YoJJ47, who, she's a solid builder. She's come a long way. I feel that everyone in that group, with the exception of Dutch and myself, have come a long way. Everyone who is regularly in the group. Come on, really, all the way back down here? Of course it did. But I feel that all have come pretty far away. And the other person in the group was Chase Jackman. And to be real, like, I will say it right now, Dutch was a little off his rocker. Dude was on hard times. I'm not gonna put all of his stuff out there, but I should say he was on a bit harder of a time than the rest of us. And I think that was affecting how he was interacting with everybody, trust issues and whatnot, because that group all dissolved because of, really, it started dissolving when the whole point, everyone building on each other's islands and stuff, right? And while everyone was building together, Dutch had built something on one of Chase Jackman, one of his islands, and I guess Chase didn't give him all the proper accreditation that he wanted. Because he didn't, Dutch went on this, like, Reddit rampage where he took him to, apparently there's like a Reddit court, and actually Dutch called me through, like, the calling function in Discord. Straight up called me while I was in Walmart grocery shopping with the family, and I was like, "What's going on, man?" And he was like, "Dude, did you see this post?" I was like, "No." And he's like, "He's trying to steal ideas, man." I was like, "Is he though?" And I was like, "Dude, I think you're blowing this out of proportion. Like, have you talked to him about it?" And he was like, "Well, no, I haven't." I was like, "Well, how about you talk to him then? Like, instead of assuming that he's trying to steal things from you, why don't you ask him about it? And he was like, "All right, fine, I will." And instead of asking him about it, he just takes him to Reddit court. And apparently Reddit court has, like, the ability to delete posts from other people's subreddits. And so they removed Chase Jackman's post. Dutch felt he had this huge win. And before any of that even happened, before he took him to Reddit court, like I said, mind you, he called me asking about it. and how I felt about it. And I told him, I was like, dude, I don't think he meant anything by it. How about you talk to him first? Remember, he instead of doing that, he just went straight to Reddit court. Well, in the Discord, he straight up was like, you know, blah 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 blah, blah stealing ideas, blah blah blah, blah. And how about, bye homie, get off my Discord. And Sean was like, wait, what? And me and JJ were sitting there like, what's going on? Neither of us really knew, right? And then, there's just so much drama going on that I was like, this is ridiculous. But at the same time, all of them already had creator codes. I didn't. And the mantra of the group was, get everyone a code. Get everyone a code. Oh, come on. I did it again. Oh, almost made it to the edge. Oh, I suck again. But again, the mantra was everyone gets a code. And I was so caught off guard when he removed Sean from the group. And shortly after that, the group devolved or dissolved, I guess, because after that happened, it wasn't long before Dutch started in on JJ, right? Because one of the things that he said was, you know, to Sean, I guess, was about how, he brought the group together, and Sean was trying to sway both JJ and myself to stop working with Dutch and blah blah blah, which never happened, mind you. Like, there was never. It wasn't like Sean was trying to start his own creator group. He was purely just in the group because he was like, yeah, I'd totally be down to share ideas and work together as a team. Sean was about being a team player. And that's why I used Coach Chase Jackman. because I know the guy, and I know he's solid. But, um, but then after JJ left, she didn't really leave. She was like getting ready to start to leave, I guess. And then out of nowhere, Dutch started in on me the exact same way he started in on Sean. And I was like, dude, what are you talking about? And what it all boiled down to was this stupid, childish notion. Because what we would do is we would do this build challenge that I'll also be a part of, where we would pick out set amount of prefabs, and mind you, I was the one that came up with the idea. On the record, I came up with the idea because the way I presented it to the group, I was like, hey, my friends and I, back when we would sit there in art class, because creative is just a big artistic thing, right? No matter how you look at it. My friends and I used to sit in art class, or even just regular class when I was in school, and I would draw like a squiggle, and then I would hand it over to my buddy Travis. My buddy Travis would add on to said squiggle. Whoa, wowza! And see, I got two. Okay, I can make that. But anyways, so then Travis would add on to it. Then he hand it back to me. I would add on to it, and then eventually, like we weren't allowed to communicate what we were trying to draw. It's just the whole point of it was to add on to it, see what the other person added, and then continue to add on until eventually you had a picture drawn. 9 times out of 10, they're turned to dragons. Because a squiggle is the easiest thing to turn into a tail or a wing. But either way, it's what we would do. So I presented it that way, right? And I was like, we can call it, because we can make every prefab that everyone chooses. This is back when all the prefabs are still throwable and not copy paste. I was like, it'd be a secret as to what prefab everyone chose, or what one prop everyone chose to build with. I was like, just like that. I went to culinary school when I was in high school. You know, it's like part of my vocational school. And I was like, hey, why don't we just call it Iron Builder in honor of the Iron Chef, you know, the show. You know, where they have a secret ingredient that they have to work with. And they're like, yeah, sounds great. But mind you, as I was explaining the concept to everybody, Dutch was chirping up with, yeah, it's just like how me and, you know, this friend of mine used to do these music challenges where you had to use only a certain set of notes to make a song. And I was like, yeah, that sounds cool. You know, like, no, my plan was terrible. It didn't work. No wonder. um, but anyways, what's this notification? No, Laserbeam, I'm not watching you live. I'm live. I'm more important. But so yeah, you know, like I said, he started in on me like that, and that was the big crux of it. I've got multiple Discord messages of him just attacking me. And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? As a matter of fact, if for some reason he's watched this, or if he goes back and he decides to watch it and gets to this part, I'm sure I'll have a Discord message from him being like, oh, he's gonna loud me out like that? Yes, I will. Like, bruh, you think that the fact that we were both in the Navy means anything? Nah, dog. You never got your sea legs. Like, to me, you might as well just stay a civilian. Like, facts. You don't join the military and not go on deployment without your entire enlistment, even though it was only like 4 years or 5 years. You don't go on deployment in the military, especially the Navy, and try and, you know, don't call yourself a sailor. Trying to hope that there's some kind of bond there. I only bond with salty dogs. But yeah, so he started doing that, and then eventually, you know, I was like, you know what, fine, I'm out, deuces, because I don't like this kind of negativity. But then he eventually pushed JJ away as well. Which, like I said, JJ, you know, she's never done anything wrong to me. But then there's some drama between her and Sean. I know the particulars, but I'm not going to air that out because it's not my particular to air out. Story doesn't involve me. But I will say there's been multiple times that like Dutch has reached out and been like, "Hey, dude, sorry," and I'm like, "Yeah, I accept your apology, but I am not going to." Like, he's even brought up the thought of trying to build together again. I'm like, "No, I'm sorry, can't do it." Well, why not? Because last time you started trying to accuse me of like intellectual theft, just like you did for other members of our group. Why would I want to subject myself to that again? And not gonna lie, like after that happened, because there's so much drama in a game mode that I found to be so enjoyable. Because, you know, we did set like, hey guys, hop on in this time. You know, we're gonna be, because we lived, three of us lived on East Coast time. One of us lived Central time, maybe even Mountain time. I don't know what part Colorado falls into. But either way, one of us was further behind than everyone else. But that one person was the one who was dictating exactly when everybody met, when everybody would hop on. And There were times where I was like, hey, I can't, sorry, I can't join in today. Even though, you know, his friends that he would invite, that he knew personally, they would say they'd be on. We would switch around our schedule for them, right? For when we'd all be hopping on. And then they wouldn't hop on for one reason or another. And then, next thing you know, the one time that I don't hop on, that I don't manipulate my schedule and take away time from my family, so that way I can be on with them. Immediately, I get like a nasty message talking about we switched around our schedule, dog. It's like, not for me, you didn't. We switched around your schedule for you. I don't know why you're trying to get on me about this. Like, are you sending the same message to, to your buddy um, that you actually swapped around everything for, or what? Don't get me wrong, like, his buddy was a good dude. Like, I really enjoyed, like, playing with him. It was just him that was the issue. And the reason why I have no problem airing it out is because, like I said, it involves me. And I have nothing else to talk about. And so now I'm just rambling while I try not to go crazy doing the same section that earlier it only took me an hour and like 15 minutes to get past. And now for some reason I can't find a way to get by it. See, I can't even find a way to do that. I've become so accustomed to just falling down and working my way back up that I feel like if this were real life, you'd be writing an autobiography. You'd be writing a biography about me. There'd be movies made. It's like Rudy. Which, speaking of Rudy, I know this is gonna be a dumb question to ask, but have you heard of Rudy? The person who's still there? I'll give you a couple minutes to answer. son of a gun. Alright, well, seeing as I got no response, I was going to assume you have heard of Rudy. Now, Rudy in the movie gets denied from Notre Dame twice, and then the third time he gets the acceptance letter. In real life, he got denied like either 50 some times, like 57 times, or over 100 times, one of the two. Because Rudy actually, he wasn't. I mean, yeah, did work at a steel mill, but Rudy actually like joined the military. He was in the Navy. Surprisingly enough, what a coincidence. But he joined the military. While he was in, is when he got his confidence back to restart applying for Notre Dame. Thanks to like a chief or an officer that talked to him and mentioned to him about like his work ethic or something like that. And they told him like to never accept no or whatever. So then after he got out of the Navy, he went back to work. Then he, after applying a bunch of times to Notre Dame, he started just like showing up. And then he started going to school at Holy Cross, which is across the street. And while he was at Holy Cross, every semester he was sending in applications to apply. And it wasn't until like he got more rejection letters than anyone could ever really fathom that he finally was like, he finally got the acceptance letter. There was so many rejections. That's how I feel this map's being. Like, so many rejections. Eventually, I will get that acceptance letter. Oh no. I was actually like, oh, come on! Because I wasn't walking at an angle. Stupid wire walks. Like, I think I hate those. Like, jumping into the tree and walking on the thin wire more than anything. You know how hard it is to walk in a straight line on controller? Much less on a straight line it's at an angle. See, on PC I could just line myself up for where I need to go, push W, and let it take care of itself. Just not touch the controller at all. And I'd be A-okay. Oh. If it wasn't, I swear, I've had so many good jumps stolen from me. I've had so many restarts due to lag issues. Due to the game just telling me I don't think so. Like if I had the energy and the patience to go through and watch all the footage and see all the times that my player just randomly teleports to an area below where he's at, or randomly to the side, and it causes him to fall, something tells me it'll be enough that I can be like, you know what? I probably would have completed it in half the time. Because think about it, how many times, like these jumps, they're not hard jumps, for the most part. It's just not these beginning ones, right? Increase difficulty as you go higher. One of the few things death run creators do properly, mind you. But when you haven't been on a level, even though if it's a simple one, when you haven't been on it for a while, when you go back to it, there's bound to be some, relearning, even if it does take just one time of going back through it. There's some relearning that happens, or re-remembering of what the jumps are and how to properly do them. That's how I feel about this. Like, see, I wasn't even pushing forward, and you heard my feet hit. My player even paused for a second there because I was just on the slight edge of that hitbox. I mean, right side, I guess. In 25 minutes, I'm about to find out if the question I had earlier of with this introduction of the island code feature versus going to the creative hub. Since there's no countdown timer, does that mean there's a storm? Because like by now, at this time, if there were a countdown timer, I would have already gotten the 1 hour warning, which I haven't even gotten a single like horn for. All I'm hearing is random, thunder and lightning rumbles. Or I guess just thunder rumbles, but in the game, mind you. Okay, here we go. Too early. But anyways. About to find out if doing it this way actually provides me with an extended amount of time to get the map done, as opposed to just 4 hours. Because I think it's pretty obvious it's going to take me more than 4 hours this time around. Pretty sure. Good thing I keep prepared for the pain. Like, I'm going to probably go to work tomorrow if I'm asked if I want the hours. And when I go, I'm certain that people are going to ask me, hey Doug, how long did that map take you last night? I'm going to tell them however many hours it takes me. And they're going to be like, oh my goodness. I'm like, yeah, bring on the pain. I'm ready for more. Like, work can't cause me enough mental stress to equate to this. FedEx, not good, not good, not good, not good. FedEx is bad. Really, really bad. Quick, gotta get to a safe space. I'm here. Oof. 1 second. Excuse me. Been sitting here so long, my Red Bull went from fridge cold to lukewarm. I've only taken like a couple, swigs out of it. Normally in a 3.5 hour time span, it's already gone. Normally in a 30-minute time span, it's already gone. I gotta pace myself with it. Never know how long it's gonna take. Don't wanna don't wanna drink it all and then be left with nothing. Ooh. Yeah. And now we see the TheHAINYEZ back to his upward stream swim here. Son of a gun! Haha! I am bleeding, therefore I am the victor. I think that is going to be when I finally get to the end, and I screenshot it, and I post it. The caption I'm going to put is I am bleeding, therefore I am the victor. If you don't know what that's from, I suggest you look it up and you watch the movie. Because the first time you watch it, you're going to think this movie is ridiculously stupid. Why would I ever watch this? How'd I get tricked into watching this movie? But then afterwards, you'll quote it and you'll think to yourself, man, that is a great movie. Sort of like Napoleon Dynamite. First time you watch it, you're like, man, this movie's stupid. But after you watch it, you're like, man, that is such a hilarious movie. You see, what's crazy is getting back to that point so I can investigate that shoot will actually be one of the. It won't be hard at all after I complete it. Like, once I get to the end, it'll actually probably be a fairly quick and easy thing to do. Come on, yes. Alright. You can do it! Yes, you can. Huzzah! Yeah, it's been a while since I could do that. So the mistake I made... Come on now. Stop, let it off. The mistake I made earlier was... After I made this jump... No! Okay, so totally possible to just b-hop my way all the way over. That was a new best. Third rung, baby. I just dropped, supposedly, 171 meters. Okay, so best thing to do is just come back over here, appreciate the little victory, appreciate it, and just get back there. Because like I said, first time I made it to the first rung, and I tried being slick and jumping on the edge to see if I can run across, and I couldn't. Long story short, I could not. Although, does it really matter for the long story short right now? Come on, bud. I am quite literally, oh crap. I'm 3 hours and 43 minutes in to a stream to get back to a point that I was at earlier within an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. Took me almost 3 times as long to get to the spot that I was at earlier. And it didn't take me nearly as long last time. Hopefully, through all my mistakes, I was like, how am I going to be able to make it back there right now? Blah, 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 blah. Yup, yup, yup. Go to bed. Oh my goodness, what time is it? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Why the heck do I still have children running out here trying to see what's going on? Like, what the heck? I'm gonna be real upset when Dad wakes y'all's butts up super early in the morning, and you're like, "Oh, why? I just went to sleep." It's like, yeah, that's why. You just went to sleep. And Dad's about to wake your butts up, so that way you can just get to clean. Like, I don't know why I hear them having fun. They should either be sleeping or cleaning their bedrooms. I think what's wild is that the fact that, in all honesty, because I'm so bad at impulse jumps, really, that if I were made to do the section that I'm skipping via, if the only way to get across was via impulse only, I probably would have just given up on this map. Just because of the sheer headache of trying to get an impulse correctly. Yeah, I just feel they're so, like, they can be so inconsistent sometimes. Like, I know realistically they're not inconsistent. I'm just saying they feel that way. Is it bad that I almost want to just go faster by jumping down and risking not hitting that pinball launcher? I hate the camera angle. Alright, hold on. Gotta dry the palms there, buddy. Okay. Stupid snowflakes. Yeah, so this is a, oh wow, major rehash of something I was talking about earlier. Was the use the supported creator code of somebody smaller as opposed to, just as opposed to the guys out there who are streaming and have million plus YouTube followers and stuff like that and have a ton of subs, like literally a ton of subs on, major streaming platforms. They got, oof, you got some guys who, and gals, not discriminating here, that have, just barely enough subs to make the supported creator code limit, right? And they make quality maps. What am I doing over here? This is not the direction I wanted to go. This is the direction I wanted to go. I didn't want to risk falling back to the bottom with those over there. But anyways, so your $5 or your 200 V-Buck, smallest smallest purchase that you can make with V-Bucks, 200 V-Bucks, right? On the old supported creator system, it would take 1,000 people making that 200 V-Buck purchase to get to, seriously, to get to $100, which is the minimum you have to have saved up in order to get paid out from the supported creator system. So if you have somebody who, what just happened? Did the game just kick me out? Oh, well, found out what happens. That's right, baby. Relaunching. Oof. Crack the joints. Sip on the Red Bull. Wait for the countdown because I can't do anything until that happens. I can look up though. Oh yeah, nothing. So where does that chute take you? It must be a teleporter. It must be. So, yeah, found out what happens at around 4 hours. The game just boots you. Like you's a boy in the girls' locker room. That's honestly the only example I could think of someone getting booted that wasn't a racist example. Not because I myself am racist. Because honestly, I can't think of any situation where someone's immediately getting kicked out of somewhere for being something. Other than either a black person somewhere in the 60s or a dude in chick's locker room. I guess nowadays you could say like somebody without a mask in a grocery store. But that's so 2020. 2020 is like almost done. New session, new me. Look at this. I was making all the right jumps on my first try too. Like, what's up? Did you shrink the distances? Or is this just what happens when my internet's behaving? Oh, crap. Ooh. Hey, right where I was when the game kicked me. Just look at that. I spent so much time here that the probability of me being there when the game decided to boot me, quote unquote, lose connection. I will complete this map. You jerk. Making me run all the way back here for an extra impulse nade. What? Probably in the next 10 minutes or so, I should be getting the low controller or low battery. Ooh. Set off a gun. Okay. We'll see. I can work with this. I guess I'll just run over here. Yes. Wait until you see the lights. Then move towards them. Booyah. Booyah kasha. Huh. Well, too bad you're not in the stream anymore, Barrio, because I was totally gonna ask you if you're East Coast or West Coast or Central or... You know, probably know you're not even American. Oh, that was crap. That was garbage. I'm sorry. Oh. Wow. I haven't done this jump in forever. Yep. And that's why. It's okay. I got 2 impulses. Daddy has 2 ways to get to market. Really just need to... What am I doing? What kind of jump was that? Since I'm clearly going to be here for a while. I'll look something up real quick. Well, if you look with Sunday, Chap, and Liquid Fiber, I don't know who Liquid Fiber is. Chap, I'm pretty sure is what you call it? American. Yeah, that's the term. Oh, crap. Seriously, now my character's not jumping on that? This pain. Yeah, I totally would not have been able to record this and cut it up on the PlayStation alone. What? Come on. You know I made that jump game. Don't even try. Just taking it from me. Oh man. Come on. There's one thing I know. It's persistence. I'm gonna have dreams tonight about, or tomorrow night, one of the two. Whenever I go to sleep, I'm gonna have dreams when the sound of footsteps and impulse grenades are gonna haunt them. Not because of the skin I'm wearing. Like, it is my favorite, but I'm just saying, last time I was in the Fortnite football team skin, and I did pretty good. Ooh, dang it. So even though there's no one in chat right now. Dadgummit. You jerks! Oh yeah, I'm glad to be here. So, buddy Corey Stevens brought up, you know, since Washington is now the football team and the Cleveland Indians are no longer the Cleveland Indians, they're going to become the Cleveland baseball team until they find a new mascot. He made the joke of, you know, NASCAR. The team is named after, essentially after the car, in a way, because they'll say, you know, person driving this number, like Jeff Gordon, right? I know a lot of people don't like him, but whatever. I do know he drove for a time, don't know if he still does. Drove the number 24 Tide car. And that's exactly how they would refer to it too. They'd be like, Jeff Gordon, the number 24 Tide car. So if PC culture keeps going the way that it's going, right? Because eventually, dadgummit, like I have seen stories of high schools lose their mascot because it was the Mustang. Because a Mustang itself is by definition a male wild horse. And like there was a school, I forget where the school was opening at, but it was gonna be a brand new school. This school district already paid a bunch of money on, I'm sure, mascot uniform, on the logo. Was it Mustang or Bronco? I think it was Mustang. I think a Bronco might actually be a type of horse, an actual breed. I'm not sure. I'm not a horse person. Either way, it was a type of horse that's defined as like a wild male horse, and that was the school's mascot. They already had these like really nice. It was like a D1 school. Or like, it was more in the it was in the south, so I guess it'd be like a 5A if you're in a if you're used to school systems that use the A system versus the division system. So D1 is the equivalent of anything that's a 5A and or 6A in the rest of the United States. But so they went ahead, they spent money on really nice uniforms for all their sports, mind you, not just football. Although football is probably the most expensive sport to get the uniform for. But and they had like really nice mannequins set up to display these uniforms. And mind you, the community would have had some semblance of say in what the mascot was. I jumped right over it. No, and I just ruined myself. But not really. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, I could totally make that jump, man. I was saying earlier, I made that jump plenty of times before. I just no, I made it the last time I was there. It wasn't the snowflake jump that I failed on. It was that first railroad tie on the bridge. Last time I was up there, I made it to the third one. I just jumped a little too far and overshot it. But this time, as long as I get up there, I should be able to make it. I had no idea you're still here, Grayson. So yeah, back to what I was saying. The school had to spend thousands of dollars to rebrand their school, give themselves a new mascot and everything that wasn't offensive. Like the big crux of it all was the fact that oh no. The big crux of it all was the fact that the horse breed was specifically a male horse. And they're like, well, what about when I think, like I said, I think it was Mustang. So they're like, well, what about for girls' sports and women's sports? And they're like, oh, they'd be the Lady Mustangs. And like, they can't do that. Well, PC culture's gone so far that technically, now you can be a Lady Mustang. Now that I think about it, um, transgender and whatnot. That that boy that is biologically a male that wants to be on the women's track team, he's a Lady Mustang. But how Corey was saying, NASCAR, they just go by number. He's like, I think they'll just number the teams 1 through 32 for football in the NFL. But what if you go the NASCAR route extreme and whatever the field is named after, that's the football team. Like, unfortunately for teams like the Jets and the Giants, they both play in MetLife Stadium. They both cannot be the MetLife football team. Unless you call them MetLife Blue and MetLife Green. That'd be the only way to do it. But then you call the Browns would be the first energy football team. And granted, they could all keep their color schemes. Nothing wrong with that. And Really, I think it would just be the announcers that would be like obligated by the production companies to say the now proper names of said football teams. Come on. I guess as I'm making that one tile jump, I don't really need all three, but I want to take a third one with me as like a security blanket. Ooh. So yeah, I guess that could be a solution to the PC culture's football team naming issue. Come on, just a little too late. But yeah, I can totally see them being like, no, you can't be falcons anymore because those are birds of prey, and you don't want to promote violence in a violent sport. I can see them saying no to panthers. As long as they don't make the argument that them being the fact that the Black Panthers, I think, might have been started in North Carolina, and like that's actually why they decided to call themselves the Panthers. I don't know if that's actually where they started. I just remember hearing that argument before as to why they chose the name Panthers. So don't quote me on it. But that one be safe, you know. But I know people made the argument before: Vikings, Raiders, Buccaneers, Patriots. They're all white mascots in a more and more predominantly black league. Which nothing wrong with the league being predominantly black. It's just that I can see people making the argument for the sake of the argument. To be honest with you. Captain's log, stardate 4/12/30. We are making our approach. Ooh. One of these days I'm gonna miss that jump. Not on purpose. I can just see it happening. At this point, I'm taking that jump completely on faith. Yeah, baby. Come on. Dude, you know you can make that. You know you made it. Don't let him steal that from you. Here I am on the road again. There I go. Turn the page. No, it's wild. At the end of this, it's a GG room and my name on a wall if there's a getting out of it 6 made. If. Like, through all this pain and heartache, that's my reward. Maybe, if Barrio shares it, I get 2 new followers out of it on Twitter. Maybe. What am I doing? I'm setting myself a failure. Brain farted there for a second. I was like, what am I supposed to do right here? Oh, I need to drink some more Red Bull. Still only the 1 can, though. So, I mean, that's a plus. I swear I'm almost to the section where I've done this particular... almost to the point where I've done this particular section almost enough that I can probably do it with my eyes closed, but I'm not risking that. Oh, that was risky. I'm looking at the mini-map because I'm trying to see, like... Okay, so... right there's the entrance. What is this section back here that has, like, the wooden platform? On the mini-map. Like... that direction over there is final present delivery. There's like a random wooden platform that sticks out the back. Must be for keeping the place from falling apart. I jumped. You Venetian hoe. I think I might put some 7 Deadly Sins on my phone and start watching it. Like I said, in passing while I'm doing this. I got time. I feel if I do though, I'm gonna... gonna end up distracting myself more than anything. Well, it'll make the time a little bit more enjoyable. Wish I had two impulses right now. Watch I say that, the next time I fail and get to this point, I'm gonna have two impulses in my hand. If I was a career YouTuber, this is one of those maps that I would put down in the description or for the title. This map took me 2 weeks to complete. One of those weeks was me just not doing it. But I wouldn't tell you that. Or even just for effect, I would record me doing it. And then wait 2 weeks. And then I would post it saying it took me 2 weeks to complete. Just to, get more people to draw in and be like, oh, what? This map must be crazy. I'm just saying, if someone like me can get, I think it's halfway. Maybe it's further than halfway. I don't know. When I get there, I'll check. Yeah. Yeah. For someone like me who only plays this game casually, and even then only does creative mode maps, where I see one that looks like it'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, baby. Grayson, I did it. Grayson, I'm here. I'm here, Grayson. I'm here. I'm gonna sit here until you come back and notice me. I might just impulse my behind over there. Because it looks like it's gonna be climb on top of that crane. Walk across that. Okay, those aren't what you call it. Those aren't reindeer. Like there's a slide portion that's gonna suck so bad. And more stars to jump across. That's gonna be terrible. So I'm gonna go here, up there. Actually, I can stand on top of you. What am I doing? I'm trying to look around you. Okay, so if I get over there and jump up those excavator arms, whatever you want to call them, I get there. And from there, jump up those pieces, which don't look terrible, but I bet they are. Which they stick out far enough that you're not hitting that first string of lights. Your best bet is hitting those lights right there. That is going to be an impulse grenade, just like that one. And the other impulse grenade giver, wherever it's at, way down there. So it's going to give impulse grenades, get up there. That's going to be some kind of wacky jump. Probably going to be one impulse grenade to make that jump. I'm going to come over there. Then it looks like from there, probably have to get on top of that snowman somehow. See, my question is, how am I getting over there? Deliver final present is going to be a jump, 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 jump right there, and you're going in through the top over there. So boom, 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 probably. So this is dum 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 dum. Ooh. Unless, yeah, yeah. There's no way that you're gonna be able to make that jump with anything. Just really kind of confused here. Oh man, it looks like it's built to where if you miss it, you come straight down, you slide on that thing, and if you're lucky, you end up right there. Yeah. Maybe you're supposed to fall down and hit that, and then you jump across on these snowflakes over to here. I have really no idea. It's all coming down to, can I make these railroad tie jumps? Guess what? It wasn't a terrible mishap, but a mishap nonetheless. Missed my first railroad tie jump. It's not even a full jump either. Like I said earlier, I think the jumps that are shorter than a full tile are worse than the ones that are a full tile. Because you go into it thinking it's probably going to be a full tile jump, only for it to not be, and you overshoot it like a jerk. Ooh. That's actually exactly why I was saying I think I might want to use it. Well, the good thing I saved it. Son of a gun. I'm sitting here trying to plan out my next move, only to get done in by a poor jump. Like, I really think when I get there next time, I am just going to impulse over and hope for the best. Because, why not? What's the worst that can happen? I come back here? Yeah, it's worse. Actually, best case scenario is I miss it and I get caught by the light strings and I can just go back to an impulse area. Or an area where I can grab impulses from. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is I fall all the way back down. But with the forward momentum from the impulse jump, I'm going to be slamming into a wall. So the possibility of that's actually slim. The possibility of coming all the way back down is actually kind of slim. Hey, make that jump. I wonder, is there any way I can... See, the sledge right there? Yeah, it's too far of a jump for me to bypass it completely with the impulses. Or try and bypass the snowflakes. And if I had two impulses when I got there, totally doable. But I'm only gonna have the one. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. No! Why would you do that? Why would you go through there and not blast me off like they mark it? Mm. I ducked. I hit the. I clicked the right thumbstick. I don't have my backup impulse grenade for when I fell down here, so now I gotta do this jump that I haven't done in a while. Super. Make it. There we go. Like I said, gotta relearn it. That's my own fault. Pushed to the right a little too soon. I should have just not pushed anything except for forward. Alright. Give me these. Back to. Well, realistically, like, this area here might as well be my starting point. Because I spent more time, seriously, coming back for more impulse grenades than I have actually at the starting point. Like, it was being real. Come on. All the way down. Oh boy. This is some grade A bull crap. Like, it's just so upsetting. You think about, okay, so I'm gonna count that as starting point, not that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So row 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my goodness. I'm able to get over halfway, is what it looks like. I just gotta get those last 10 rows. And it's really looking like the the jump for the bridge. Oh my goodness. Gotta go back. Get more of these. Because even though This is time consuming and annoying. It at least gives me a bit of security, and it practically guarantees me getting past the candy canes. Like, I'm not gonna say it does guarantee me, because there's always that chance that it messes up. But it practically guarantees me getting past the stupid candy canes. These ones. That's why I say practically, is because there's always that chance I completely mess it up and sends me flying. The bright side of those jumps have become much easier. Catch me lights. Just breathe. Believe in yourself. That's kind of what this map makes you want to not do. Question your every skill. You think you can do parkour? Try Barrios. Getting out of it. He'll show you you can't do parkour. When I have my counseling session with the psychologist in the VA, and they ask me, Doug, why have you been feeling so depressed? I'm gonna say, Barrio did it. I'm gonna ask him, have you ever tried getting out of it? And I'm gonna say, getting out of what, Doug? I'm gonna say, getting out of it. Just get out of it. They're gonna be like, what are you talking about? Get out of it! And then I'll be like, Doug, can you tell specifically? What about getting out of it? What is it, Doug? What is it? I'm gonna be like, Santa's workshop. You got to summit Santa's workshop. And they're gonna be like, we have no idea. And they're gonna come at me to a psych ward. I'm gonna be like, you think you can dance on the snowflakes, but you can't. The snowflakes are evil. Don't touch them. And then when everyone else down here in the south is cheering for joy and going out and playing in the snow, I'm gonna be inside having PTSD due to snowflakes. They're just gonna be like, we have no idea what he's talking about. I'm gonna be like, the snowflakes! And they're just gonna be like, okay. And they're just gonna throw me in a straitjacket, stick me in a padded room, drug me up real nice and good, and explain to my family why I cannot see them anymore. I'm always gonna be like, no, you don't understand. He was playing a video game, and he thinks the snowflakes are out to hurt him. And they're gonna be like, ma'am, are you okay? She's gonna be like, yes, I am, swear. But you see, he's definitely afraid of snowflakes because of a video game. And like, a video game? Seriously? And I'll be like, try it. I'll pull it up for them. And then they'll free me, because they're also gonna go insane. gonna tell inmates on death row. They're gonna give this. They're gonna load up this map the day before the execution, exactly 24 hours. Then I'm gonna tell them, you have 24 hours to complete this map. If not, you will be taken off to be executed. And we'll have a 100% execution rate of death row inmates. Some of them are even going to play it and be like, you know what? Just, go medieval on me. I don't care. I ain't doing this no more. Can't make me. Will my kids get older? If Fortnite's still around? And they start acting up? I'm like, you know what? Fine. I'm going to load up one of the getting out of it maps for them. I'm going to be like, here's your punishment. You can see your friends again after you beat the map. My kids are going to have one heck of a useless skill. What's a little... What's a talent you have? I can do parkour in video games really good. What? Yep. It's how I'm allowed to go see my friends. I don't want to look and see what time it is. Been doing this for almost 5 hours. Something tells me I'll be a little upset when I see the time. If I started this at 9 o'clock, 5 hours after 9, it's 2 in the morning. Right? Yeah, I was right. 2 in the morning. Here I am. I really don't want to have to restart this a third time. Just after 4 hours and after 3 hours and 15 minutes, it stops you automatically. Oh hey, look at that. I can use my one impulse grenade to try and get past the candy canes. Here we go, fellas. Yes! Remember when I said it wasn't 100% to get past it with the impulse grenade? It was because of a situation like that. I just rolled up, threw it, and just expected it to work. It's gonna be a situation like that that causes me to get shot off straight towards the tree. Well, I just think's wild is how long I've been playing this stinking map for. Let's not make it any farther than that stupid bridge. And most of my pain and struggle has been on these stupid snowflakes. Oh. Not even on the impulse section, like I thought it would be. And the sleigh jump, which is almost 100% for me. So when I do miss it, it hurts real bad. Yeah. Come on. Yes. No. Like, I know it's the trademark of this to not have any checkpoints, but like, just one would be super. If I could like, after missing, oh my goodness, I think after going about after you reach the halfway point, it would be super if there was a checkpoint I could just click respawn to get to. Just at the halfway point. That's all I'm asking. Not asking for one every, so many meters up or anything. Just one. Like at the bridge. You know what I'm saying? Just at that stinking bridge. Just a checkpoint there. That I could respawn to. Mind you, what I'm going through right now is there are 5 stages of grief, right? It's like anger, sadness, bargaining. That's what I'm on now. I'm on bargaining. Anger and sadness were so long ago. So hours 1 and 2. So the fact that I'm on bargaining now, hour 5, it really says something. But wait, what's the... I know is the last step acceptance, or is the last step moving on? Of grief. Hey kids, you ever wanted to experience the 5 stages of grief without actually losing somebody? Play Barrios, getting out of it 5, Summit Santa's Workshop. You have to complete it now. To experience everything. I'm convinced if I was playing on a decent PC rig. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Okay. It's interesting that you go through bargaining before depression. Oh, would you hear that? My neighborhood rooster is crowing. So went through denial and saying it's not going to be that bad. Went through anger after failing on the same part over and over again. I'm on bargaining now. But I think I did bargaining depression at the same time. Oh, I hope I did. Son of a gun. Hoping I did bargaining depression at the same time, because if not, it's gonna make it really hard to get through that depression portion of it. Alright, see you, Grayson. That gum lag.